All right, we're live. I am excited, and I have no idea if anyone will show up. It's always interesting doing these streams, but I'm pretty sure some people will. Um, so I'm Joshua Kemble. This is my live stream, and basically, I'm going to be working on coloring page 24 of my comic. I'm significantly not where I'd like to be on the comic, but I have figured out a few methods of like getting the 200 and whatever pages done by April. And the thing is, and this is the catch, like let's say I finish my flat colors at like 12 or whatever. I just need to go directly into penciling the next page. So I worked a little bit on this page on Adam's stream, like that was pretty fun. And then yesterday, and it was actually pretty awesome. And we had a really crazy conversation, but it was like a fun one. A lot of drama on that channel, like in a good way. And also a lot of cool stuff. Like I think Adam Laura is working on like video games and stuff like that. So you should check out his channel. And if you aren't, of course, like go subscribe to the dude. He's always up to like just fascinating and super creative things that are kind of outside of the box, but like in the best way. So, anyhow, who am I? I'm Joshua Kemble, and I think I said that at the top, so I'm repeating myself. And that's what we do on this show. This is a show where I just repeat myself over and over again for an entire stream. I'm kidding. Stay with me. Okay. So I have been doing graphic design and illustration for about 20 years, and then when I'm not doing graphic design and illustration and now art direction, which I've been doing for about 8, when it hits about 9 o'clock, or in this case where my son wanted extra books to be read, when it hits about 9:37 from now till 2 in the morning, I'll be working on comics. So as usual, before getting into the comic working, I'm just going to plug the books that I have out currently. And then we'll just kind of talk about some interesting stuff as I work. And Gary's joining us. Buenos noches. I thought for a second he was doing the joke Buenos nachos, but he said it correctly. Buenos noches. And probably just to hear me badly pronounce Spanish. Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. ¿Cómo estás? Muy bien. ¿Y tú? I think I just said, how are you? And I said, I answered the question for you. I can't speak Spanish. I'm not very good at it. I took a very short class in high school, and we did not learn Spanish in that class. It was fun, but we didn't learn Spanish. I was probably doing a lot of dumb things in high school during that class. Okay, anyhow, so books. Let's do plugs, and then let's get into working on comics. If I seem a little like out of it, it's because I'm just going hardcore on the comics. I've been doing probably like 9 to 2 every day, and then I'll wake up and go to work and kind of come home, take a power nap, do books with Ben, and then hit the comics again. So I'm a little tired, but it's a good tired. And I get kind of funny and loopy when I'm tired. So you guys will have that to look forward to. Because often I will sound like a complete lunatic in a good way. All right. So I have some books out that you guys should support, especially to support this channel and to support indie comics. Because if these books don't sell, then they don't get made. And I am very proud of this book. It's Jacob's Apartment. This is my first book that's been distributed pretty broadly by Diamond, and it can be in bookstores. And how does it get in bookstores? With your help. So make sure you go to your local bookstore. It can be a Barnes & Noble, a big box chain, or your local comic shop, and ask that they carry this book. The next time you're at a comic book shop, just think Jacob's Apartment, Joshua Kemble, Graphic Mundi, Diamond. Like, you say those 3 things, say like, hey, that's what you need to carry in your store. That would be good. Why should they carry it in the store? Well, This is a slice of life comic. It's taking more of a literary approach to trying. I firmly believe in the idea of comics being the best medium to do very like confessional comics that feel like you're kind of sneaking a peek into somebody's diary. And I think that comics are uniquely suited for that, and I believe other people out there believe it too. So prove me right and pre-order this. Actually, not pre-order it; it's out now, so buy it. Um, so this is a comic that's about Jacob and Sarah. They're two roommates that are going through kind of a crisis of identity, where they're trying to figure out, as young adults do, like who they are in this world and how they're going to achieve their wild dreams. And Jacob has the dream to become a cartoonist. Sarah has the dream to be involved in the creation of books because books got her through her very difficult childhood that was filled with a lot of abuse. And Jacob turned to art as like a kind of safe haven from being bullied as a child. And these are both roommates. They're both also slightly polar opposites, like philosophically. Jacob is a Christian and Sarah is an atheist. And then both of their worlds get kind of thrown for a loop as they're going through the regular kind of young adult questioning identity, figuring out who you are. When Jacob's father is diagnosed with cancer and then dies, and Jacob is sent just spinning, questioning his faith, questioning whether there is a good God, going through the kinds of things that can cause you to question even the strongest of faith. Meanwhile, Sarah has been kind of trying to fill the void of a lost lover. Like her boyfriend basically dumped her and moved to New York to become an edit, like to work as an editor for a big publishing firm. And she is trying to kind of find out who she is in the absence of this person, and is trying to fill that void with a bunch of one night stands. And so they are both kind of having this shifting, tumultuous time, and both also start finding themselves drawn to each other in their shared dreams and shared struggles. And so this comic is just basically a coming of age slice of life story that starts interweaving dreams, like very trippy dreams, where like Jacob dreams of himself as like a dinosaur stuffed animal called Carnosaur Dinosaur that he had when he was a kid. And Sarah has these dreams of like drowning and swimming and seeking after something under the ocean. And as the story continues, we follow, like as it plays out, we follow this bee and Jacob and Sarah and their interweaving dreams and reality until reality and dreams start interweaving entirely. And there is a very big twist at the end that I will not reveal right now, but I think it's very meaningful, and it's about kind of the idea of what is the purpose of life without love. That's kind of the big theme of this book. It's a book I'm really proud of. I took a little extra time on the pitch today because I think it's an important book. It's one of the best books I've ever made. I've made two, so that's not saying a lot. It's definitely one of the two best books I've ever made. But I'm really proud of it, and I spent about 5 years on it. So I feel really good about this book. I think you will feel good about this book. It's a heavy book, like as my books tend to be, but I think sometimes we need to have those books that aren't just like fluff. Like, and this is a book that's attempting something a little further than just like being strictly amusing. So make sure you've pre-ordered Jacob's Apartment, and now I'll do my other pitch in way less time, which is two stories. Which this is my comic that that comic I was talking about. That's definitely as you can hear from the themes. That's for like ages 16 and up. This comic is definitely for adults, and this is a comic that talks about basically my journey dealing with depression, caregiving for somebody with panic disorder. And the whole purpose of this book is to try to demystify and destigmatize conversations about mental health and hard topics like suicide. And so this, I think, is an equally important book, and I'm really proud of it. And you can order this on Amazon. It's less available. It's a lot more indie. but so it's definitely like one of those you can order it online anywhere kind of books. But Marcosia was very brave to kind of put this book out, and it's a hard book. But it's a good book, and it talks about really important topics that need to be talked about more, and especially need to be talked about more in comics. Because, like I said, I have this real strong belief that there's something very intimate about the engagement we have with comics. And so make sure you've ordered this. But right now, also, if you're choosing between the two, Jacob's Apartment would be a real good thing to order, because we want to encourage Graphic Mundi to keep putting out great books. I think this is actually their first full fiction book. Prior to this, they've done all autobiographical or true to life or medical books, or books that are like, really important books, like about like Syrian refugees and like a lot of very heavy topics. But this book was like the first time they were like, I think people in our world, like that buy comics, want to read literary fiction that are telling truths about reality, but in less like, it doesn't always have to be like literal truth. It can be metaphorical truth. And you should check out Jacob's Apartment. I really, I can't encourage you guys enough to do that. And now we're going to get into making comics. So that was my little pitch. Adam's joining us. How's it going, Adam? Gary also in the chats. How's it going, you guys? Adam, I had fun chatting on the stream yesterday. That was a lot of fun. And now we're going to get into the art. So let's go to daily stream. And this is the finished renders for the page. So we have our lines, we have our rendering, and we are going to flat color this. I would like to say that we're going to knock this out today, but I don't know if you see that last panel. That is a crazy, very detailed, basically landscape of Genoa, Italy. And so that's going to take a long time. The other panel should go relatively quick. So anyhow, we're going to get into it. We're going to color this, and that is what we do. I think there was one thing I forgot to import from the... Let me see if I can go back somehow. Okay. Yes. Thank God. There was one thing that I forgot to kind of keep on there as a layer. So we have our borders and type, we have our lines, and then we have our rendering. All right, are you guys ready to rock? I think we are ready to rock and roll. So what I'm going to do tonight is to try to flat color this and see how far we can get. I'm really hoping that by 2 a.m. we'll be done flat coloring this. But like I said, it's easier said than done when it comes to crazy panels like this last one. Look at that panel. That's nuts. All right. Are you guys ready to rock? Because I am. We're going to go. And I hate to say this, I'm so sleepy. I think that I'm going to sneak out and vape before I get into this, because there's a part of me that's like slightly intimidated about attacking this panel. But I think it's possible, and I think we can do it. Before I do that, we're going to pull up some previous pages, because we have a whole previous page 23, that we can use, that's going to give us some great colors. Like, we already have all these lovely flat colors that we selected for the last book. The catch is, this is all at nighttime, and now we're in the morning, and this is going to be daytime. So it's going to be a little bit brighter, and we're going to have to kind of figure out. So there's a few things we have to do. We have to flat this whole page. I have to figure out that, like, through the portals, and as we learned, I can't for the life of me say porthole, apparently. It's like a tick that I didn't even realize I had till I was live streaming, and I kept saying portals. And I guess it could be cool if you're reading this comic after the fact and these portholes that are on the wall suddenly became portals to like the dark dimension, and it became more than a historical fiction. Oh, I forgot to mention what I'm working on too. So this is not Death but Love. It's the strange supernatural case of Elizabeth Barrett Browning. And this is a historical fiction graphic novel that's going to talk about Elizabeth Barrett Browning. It's historical fiction, so it's heavily researched. It's based mostly on her letters, which are very well documented, and no one's written about a lot of the stuff that's going to proceed. So what we've covered in the first 23 pages of this 230-page comic is pretty much the well-trodden territory of the Browning story, just told a little more honestly. And told very briefly, because there's some really good meat and suspense and drama and intrigue as we continue on the story. So I'm excited because getting to Genoa, Italy on the plot and in the story is a huge thing for like the story, because it's going to start moving fast towards like some very cool moments where we've got romance, we've got suspense, we've got the supernatural, we have all sorts of stuff coming up. And the thing that's weird is it's going to start getting into territories where people will be like, wow, that's a cool thing they invented and included the Brownings in. And then when you look into it, the stuff that's the strangest is like the least fictionalized of it. The fiction kind of comes in at points where we had to kind of fill the gap in the record. Or points like this where they had a steamship that's documented in a bunch of biographies and seems to be what they traveled on, but there's no record of the steamship. So we had to find a steamship that's kind of similar. That's kind of the areas where there's fiction, but the areas where there's going to be seances and spiritualism and um, uh, um, and villains and stuff like that, it's all from the history, which is really exciting. I'm excited about it. Hopefully you guys can sense my excitement and are excited about it too. And how many times did I just say excited? Adam, Gary, you got to let me know. Did I say it about like 50 times? That's this is the excited stream where I talk about excitement. Okay. Let's get into coloring this. I don't know if you guys can tell, but I feel like I am procrastinating a little bit because that last panel just scares the crap out of me. Like, I'm not looking forward to coloring that panel, but we got to dive in. So like I said, like about 4 minutes ago, what I'm going to do is I'll put on the trailer. I know I just promoted Jacob's Apartment for quite a while. I'm going to put on the trailer. I just want you guys to watch it, check it out, and then we will hit this hard. And the true reason I'm doing that is I'm still intimidated by that last panel. So I'm going to go out there and participate in my bad habit of vaping nicotine, because that keeps me from smoking cigarettes, which I did for about 20 years of my life. And that will calm my nerves so that I can hit this page effectively. Is that wise? No. Would I recommend people do that? No. Am I a human being with, a bad habit? 100%. All right. But you know what? My bad habit is your gain. Here is the trailer for Jacob's Apartment. And then we're going to get into rocking and rolling on this thing. And while I am playing this trailer, anybody who's joining this stream, I might actually share out the link in a little bit too. If anyone's interested in kind of joining in or chatting along. I know for me, there's phases of this, like even being on Adam's stream yesterday was maybe like, it was just such a fascinating conversation they were having. I had to kind of hop in, but it might not have been the best idea because I didn't make as fast of progress. Because when I'm drawing, it's just like a different, I don't know if that makes sense. There's different phases of the process where I can very easily stream and have conversations. But I will say flat coloring is a whole different beast where I can have conversations with people on air. So I'll try to kind of share out the links. But and Frank just joined, which is great. So what I'm going to do is play the trailer for Jacob's Apartment. I'll come back. I'll start doing some of the pre-setup. And then if anyone's kind of around and interested in kind of hanging on, Yeah, Frank was saying on Adam's almost 6-hour stream. Exactly. But if anyone's interested in like maybe hopping on in a little bit, first in the comments, obviously let people know what you're working on, stuff like that, where they can find your work. I'm sure if you mention what you do, Frank will link to it in the chat because Frank's our mod. And then trailer, share that stuff, and then let me know in the comments if you want to hop on or you're down to hop on to chat. If you aren't, the only reason I was mentioning the drawing and streaming being really hard for me and maybe not the best idea because it slows down my drawing process. Last thing I want to do is slow down your drawing process. So as long as it's something you can do, definitely let me know in the chat, in the comments section, and I'll try to kind of get you a link to hop in. And with that being said, so all of that build up, 20 minutes of build up, and I'm going to play Jacob's apartment trailer, and then we're going to get to it. And I really should just play the trailer because at this point I do think I am procrastinating because I really don't want to color that last panel, but we're going to do it. So anyhow, let me know in the comments and I'm going to share this and then we're going to rock and roll. Okay. Clearly it seems that only in dreams can we be these things we've seen and walk around breathing pain. I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, so we're back. And okay. So I believe that in regards to Adam's like 6-hour stream yesterday, he said it's one of my shortest streams of all time. That's true. It's a very short stream for Adam. They tend to go like 20 hours. What was your longest stream, Adam? I'm kind of curious. I know they go a long time. They get really saucy and interesting though. I like absolutely have a blast listening to them. Let's see here. Frank properly starting by saying, as a handsome artist. That's a throwback to a previous stream. I shouldn't say that. I should just read it and let it be an inside thing. We'll do that. As a handsome artist, talking and drawing can be distracting, but having a good stream of conversation is fun. Well, as a handsome artist, I would agree that is true, that it is fun. And that's why I'm going to send out the link if you guys are interested. Gary said, and yes, you are stalling. How could you tell? It's 25 minutes in and I haven't started. That's how you can tell. All right. Frank said, I'll wait a few minutes. If anyone has links I need to grab, but I'll hop on. So cool. I will send you the invite. And I need to actually put on my headphones. So let me first send Frank the invite. Cool. Okay. Oh my gosh, Frank, I didn't even see this thing about. I just noticed in Facebook Messenger you were talking about possibly using a topic, and I actually like that topic idea. So let's talk about that for like a future Artcasters, because I think that's really cool. I think it has to do with the DALL-E thing and how far AI has gone, and I think that's pretty on point. Okay. Adam said, I think my longest stream was 26 hours. Let me see if I can do one thing real quick. Okay. Hopefully this doesn't create like some stuff. Okay. And I want to do something very quickly. Okay. Cool. Okay. I didn't close the stream. That's good. Okay. And then Gary said, Frank said, hasn't Corey been through enough already to now put him through AI art conversations? Are you trying to kill him once and for all? Okay, so Frank, the link to StreamYard is in there whenever you want to hop on. Anyone else who's interested, just say the word in the chats, and as long as you are not, like some random person, I'm totally happy to have you on. Okay, let's see here. What do we have? Okay, let's get into coloring. I'm done stalling. No more stalling. I don't have time for stalling. I shouldn't have time for stalling. It is interesting how that last panel, I just don't want to do it. Okay, so I'm going to do select invert or select modify expand. I did get asked a question in a message about saying, like, why not kind of like do your shading after you've done your flats? And that is fully possible. The problem is these are not aliased edged lines. So it actually can be more time consuming than actually just directly selecting. Sorry, they're anti-aliased edged lines. And so for like standard traditional stuff where like if I were doing like inks and cleaning up my inks, I would do cleanup on my inks. I'd run threshold so that it's a nice aliased step laddered edge. And it'll print like crisp and pretty. And then I can go in there and just do, use the magic wand tool, expand a little bit. And on a separate layer, like I separate my black lines from and lock transparent pixels. And then from there, I can do like flat colors underneath. With this style, that's just not as doable because of the fact that it's got anti-aliased edges. And so a lot of the time those selections are going to just blur and add an extra edge between the line and the edge. It's a long-winded way of saying I am familiar with that other technique. It doesn't work so well for this. It worked great for Jacob's apartment, but no, this one I tend to have to actually kind of get in there and do the selections, as much as that's kind of a pain in the butt. I'm also going to pull open page 22. John Coyote said, hey guys, popping in to say hello to everyone. Awesome. I think John, are you the same Coyote who was on Adam's stream last night? I'm guessing so, and if so, welcome. It was really fun. I'm guessing so because Adam just said hey. Yeah, it was a great conversation that you had on there, and I think was a lot of fun, and it was nice kind of meeting you. Let's see here. Okay. We're gonna pull open this. I think we've chatted too in the comments before, but anyhow, it's nice to have you here. You're welcome. And John Coyote said, "Yes, I am." Well, welcome. All right. Oh, ha! And then we are joined right now. This is crazy, by a handsome artist. How's it going, Frank?
Hello, folks. It's going great. And I got
Nice.
some great news today, Josh.
Nice. That's good. What's that?
It's here.
Oh, dude, it came in. That is
Got it.
awesome. I'm just gonna go ahead and move this. Where can I move my head? I'm just gonna be down here, Frank, and then creepily. wait. Show me what your news is again. I just want to try something. This will be my last delay, I promise, Gary. Okay, ready? What? Wait, what? Wait, oh, okay, let's try it again. I need that comment. You guys, we have special effects and animation on this. That was brought to you by OBS, like some crazy special effects budget we have here. Frank, that looks amazing. What?
Yeah,
how did the interiors flip through it a little bit? Give us a tiny sneak peek.
All right. Oh. There's a few pages, and there's my double page spread.
Nice. We're joined by Jim, who said it would be really great if the rest of the night you talked about yourself in third person and called yourself J Money. J Money don't play that way, Jim. I can't do, like, we gotta have you on. Well, Jim, if you want to hop in, let me know. I'll send you a link. Let's see. Gary said, Josh, if you had a Squatch, he would be making bodily threats right now. That's true. Gary's being my Squatch. Gary has a Squatch, and he's being my Squatch. Frank, that looks amazing. I mean, that's really cool. Does it feel good to have like a real printed book?
Oh yeah, I already sold a copy. They just wanted me to autograph it, and I had like all this stuff at home. So, and I already had people that some sponsors, like 2 sponsors that had paid, so I'm giving them a copy, and I'm sitting on it. So right now I'm just signing these cards, the card backs, and then doing a little sketch on them.
I love it. Okay, and then it looks like Jim might be hopping on. I'm sending a link to him on Facebook Messenger, and it's looking like Adam said he'll hop on too. So let me go ahead and send him a link.
Oh, hey John, hey Adam, hey Josh, hey Jim, hey Gary, hey John
Adam,
boy.
Facebook Messenger sent it out. All right, cool. So that's very exciting. Frank, you said you had some orders and stuff. Where did people order it? Where can, like, if someone's curious to kind of pick up this newly freshly minted comic, where would they pick it up?
Since I just got it, I haven't made a listing yet, but normally it would be Etsy. But you can reach out to me on Instagram if you're in the States or even Canada, and I'll just get you. I can send you my PayPal.
Nice. And you can be a pal of his payments. You know what I'm saying? That's what PayPal's all about.
Yeah, I'm actually sending one to Dee Dee tomorrow. I have it ready. So she's the one of the sponsors. Oh, you know what? Let me show the sponsors in the back.
I forgot that there was a reason that when I stream, I keep everything kind of wide format, because I realized it's just a pain in the butt every time I add someone to to have to. So right now we got on J Money's show, we got Jimmy the Lutz joining us. How's it going, Jim Lujan?
Jimmy,
animator extraordinaire.
Tonight,
also
I'd like
known
to
as Jimmy the Lutz by people who will say that name once once.
Tonight, I think tonight I should be known solely as J. Lou.
J. Lou, I like it.
J-Lute.
What up, J. Lou? How's it going?
So, which is really funny because when at one of my jobs, that's what they called me because Jenny from the Block just came out when I started work there. So,
okay.
And plus, I look a lot like Jennifer Lopez. I just
That's
do.
true. You guys
From
like,
behind.
yeah, I was gonna say like you can't really see it on camera, but there are portions of Jim that look very, very J-Lo.
Hey Frank, your book looks really, really. You know what? This is a wrong adjective, but I swear to God, when I saw your book right now, the words that came to my mouth was that looks really nice. But it's like nice is like not a good adjective, but it does. It looks really nice. It looks really good.
I think it looks nice too. I think nice gets underused.
I do too.
Nice.
Very...
Nice.
Oh, that's nice. Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice. You did a book? Oh, you did a cartoon?
What does J
Nice.
Money think? J Money like nice?
You know, I gotta
I think
ask
it's a
J
good
Money. Let me see. What do I think? I think J Money likes it. J Money likes it. I think. Jim, I can't keep this guy up.
I do have a
J Money
funny
in the
story
house.
that happened today.
You do.
So,
I
showed that.
Okay. Is this?
It has to do with the comic and.
I know we got to build suspense for this story. Frank, is this like the greatest story you've ever told that you're about to tell here exclusively on this show?
I think it is. I think it's the greatest story ever.
Okay, well, as a handsome artist, I think that you should proceed. Yeah, tell the story. Okay, guys, stay tuned. We in about 2 seconds, Frank Salazar is going to share the greatest story ever told, and you guys are all here live to witness it. Are you ready, Jim, for this story?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, I'm eager to. Okay, Frank, let's do it.
So I was showing it to a friend from church. So, hey, I got my comic. He's like, well, let's see it. And he's like looking at it. He's like, oh, did you do all this? I said everything except the cover. And my other friend was like, yeah, the cover is really great. It's done by a professional artist, Anna Robb. So the other guy is like, oh, well, don't worry, Frank, you'll get there.
Oh, that's lovely. I like that.
Hey, Frank, did you hear that I'm making a comic book all about beavers? It's going to be the best damn comic book ever made.
Oh, snap. Oh, snap. Wasn't there like a 90s song that played the damn thing? It was like, who did the So You Didn't Dam the River song? Do you remember that song? From like
J Money should know that. I don't know.
Yeah, I can't remember it. But anyhow, was that Chris Cornell? I think that anyhow.
He was more of a hip hop artist, Chris Cornell.
That's true. You guys should. I will say.
Hey, he should have gone by his rap name should have been Chris Co.
Yeah. Or just Chrissy C.
That would have been a good one.
And his raps would have gone like, I'm Chrissy C, this is the place to be. Something like that. Yeah, I think.
Yeah, something
you guys,
like that.
I really was like a great MC in my past. Because I'm very down with the hip hop, Jim. I don't know if you know this, but
and we know why he quit, because nothing rhymes with Kemble.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. Although apparently I see now I have a dark alter ego. Maybe that dark alter ego is like a pseudo hip hop artist.
J Money. Nothing rhymes with Kemble. That could be the name of the album.
Yeah, I love it. J Money Kremble. That's like the full title is J Money Kremble.
And it's just a sad picture of you sitting on a bus stop alone.
Exactly. And the word Kremble is kind of like the Babadook. Yeah, so just be careful because the Krembles are out there. It's the Kembles with a K, and they're coming for you.
I would really one day love to play music trivia with you guys. I think that would be a lot of fun. Like, hey,
does anyone in chat remember the Damn the River song? Sorry. And then, okay, Jim, music trivia.
First trivia question. What was the drummer from the Beatles' name? You'll never get it.
Is it Ringo Starr?
God dang it! Stop using the internet, Frank.
I was using Google.
You Googled that,
I was using my goggles. It's in here.
or you goggled it.
Yes.
Hey, if there's a female Captain Goggles, you should call her Lady Goggle.
Yeah. I like Lady Goggles a lot. Sorry, I just had a moment of like totally spacing out. Is this weird? Like I think that this whole like crazy work schedule is starting to put me in like this strange half asleep delusion. And
Okay,
it's made
Josh.
me realize like Jim, you're always working on animations. And you have like a crazy output. Are you like half the time just kind of like half asleep when you're
No.
No?
Okay, look, I'm gonna tell you, my work process is different than yours.
Yeah.
Like, for example, tonight after work, I worked on 2 shots of the animation. I did 2 shots, and it took me about 2 hours, maybe a little bit less, and then I was done. I'm so it's like I just chip away at it. I don't sit unless I have a lot of time. Then I will sit and do stuff for a lot. But I really try to balance it out.
Yeah.
And actually, that's why I'm here. This is a one-man intervention, Josh. So your safety concern for your health.
I like it.
I know you have a crazy schedule, and I just want you to be very careful going forward, because this could be the before Josh, and then the after one's all jacked up.
You know,
So.
I think this is how cartoonists end up looking like the later Alan Moore. Like if you look at like before and after pictures of like Alan Moore before and after he started making a ton of books, it's like there's a noticeable difference.
Yeah.
And I am completely comparable to Adam Moore. Did I just say Adam? Oh my gosh! I just realized
you're
Alan,
rhyming. You're already doing your
Adam Lore.
rhymes.
Alan Moore and Adam Lore.
Adam Lore.
Right?
Hit the floor.
Yeah.
At the door.
See, it's J money. It's just that's what comes out when I'm sleepy. But yeah, like I do think like maybe there is something strange about comics that just make people like delusionally weird the more they do them.
Okay, Josh, not to jinx anything, but I'm just curious.
Jinx away.
When anybody says not to jinx anything, that's usually when they jinx stuff.
Yeah.
But what if
not to be a jerk, Jim? But no, I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Not to be racist, but
oh yeah, that's the best one.
But do you have any leeway for unexpected life interruptions?
Oh yeah, if stuff like that comes up, I mean, I think in general, like you know this, Jim, like you've worked on like a production that was actually released theatrically, and it's like if like a genuinely crazy like life event happens to like somebody key to like the making of a movie or something, it's not like it's impossible to move things. It's just that like, you know, with a book, it's like it's a real inconvenience if you they have to, but they will, you know. It's just more of like, do I want to prolong this longer?
Does that mean that you take no time off between now and April?
I mean, in reality, if I can get away with taking no time off, I need to take no time off. But I'm pretty good at the barometer of like burnout. Like, I think that's kind of like I don't know. It's a weird line you have to kind of skate, you know.
By the way, the barometer of burnout is the 3rd track on Nothing Rhymes with Kemble.
Yeah.
It's a great song.
Kremble. Yeah, it's the Kremble album.
That's true. That's true. That's the other name of it. All the kids call it the Kremble album, but it's not official. But,
that's true. It's kind of like the Blue album, but just anyhow.
Are you going to be able to take off Ben's wedding?
Now, if I'm still doing this by Ben's wedding, you know, that
it's going to be awesome if you are. It's going to be the greatest book ever made.
That's true. Well, like, so this is one of the things.
His wedding is going to be in the book.
I don't know if you guys have this too, because like there is this thing with art, and I'm kind of curious about this with like Jim, like when you set out to do an animation, do you sometimes have times where you're like, oh, I'm going to be done with this in a week, and like a month later, you're like, Okay, so I'm still working on it. Like, do you have moments like that with your
The last one
animations?
that I did, the sugar machine,
Yeah,
at the end of it, I was like rushing to get it done. And I'm like, why am I rushing? I don't have a deadline. Like, I
yeah.
just did this to myself.
And Jim, you're not Russian. You're
So
American. You know what I'm saying?
I'm rushing to do the sugar machine.
He's a very sugar machine. I can't do. I sound German if I try to do Russian.
I'm only Russian in my dressing. So, but yeah, but I do that. I think I do that to myself sometimes. But yeah, I was thinking about that. I was in a kind way. I was concerned. I was like, this is the clip that you play
Yeah.
later on, or that we play when we're around your bedside, and we're singing Boys to Men, holding your hand. So
And I'm like, I hate boys to go.
you're like, I'm not dead yet. Go away.
Actually, okay, so flash forward to the scene where I'm like hospitalized. I've lost my mind. Comics have taken my soul. And I'm surrounded by cartoonist friends, and Jim's like, this was Josh's favorite band. This will wake him from his coma. And you're just playing Nickelback on loop.
Nickelback. Yes. And I'm going, yeah, punk.
You're like,
Nickelback.
yeah, exactly. Or you're like, Josh, much like you, we need you, Nickelback. We need you back. Nickelback with us.
Yes.
Some Nickelback. Anyhow, all right. So, oh, I love that. Frank said Alan Lore. Oh no, Adam Lore said, I guess the secret is out.
It's the beard.
Is Adam Alan?
Adam, are you like fond of stories about? Wait, is that why you're watching this stream? Because I'm doing a comic about Victorian England, and you kind of paved that way. That's pretty amazing. Anyhow, so Frank, like that comic looks cool though. Congrats, man. That's like a big accomplishment to do a big book.
32 pages in total.
So Jim, does 33 sound significant to you? The number's 33.
It's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's number.
Yeah. I thought it is 33, right? 133? Or are we at 233?
Oh wait, 333. That's the episode I want to be on, because I was on 222.
Yeah.
So
Nice.
it has to happen.
That's right.
By the way, Josh, I'll send you. I have a really cool idea for the show art. I'll send you it.
I love it.
I'll do it. Yeah. So who's hosting 333? Oh, that's nice, Frank.
So Anna did these the layouts, and I did the detail and the colors.
Hell yeah.
Very nice.
She did like six pages of layouts. So.
I didn't know there was color on the interiors.
Yeah, like you're saying before, like, is there something you thought, I'll be done in no time? This was just gonna be black and white. I was I'm done. I don't have to do anything. And then I got the idea. I'm gonna put it all together in one book. And
is this the one where Captain Goggles?
I'm gonna do it in color.
Oh, I love this. Sorry, there's a couple things in the chat. John Coyote said, if you ever need, you can. Oh wait. That's her talking to Adam. Let's see. That means. So she was saying you need to take a break, eat a warm meal, and drink water and sleep. You will engage in self-care, or I'll get you with my super soaker, which is pretty cool. And then also in context to like Jim's comment where he said, I'm not racist, but like as like the premise that usually a racist is totally going to use. And they said, I'm not transphobic, but I love those lines. And it's like, yeah, that's totally true. And then
I'm not a racist, transphobic,
it's like
anti-Semitic,
it's
Nazi,
like, look, I'm not trying to be like a complete insurrectionist and take over the entire country, but I just anyhow, that always is preceded by fun things.
I'm not a fervent R. Kelly supporter, but I'm not trying to take R. Kelly's side on this. But
look, guys, I'm not saying I'm a handsome artist, but so yeah. Anyhow,
I'm not saying I'm a fan of Mein Kampf, but
oh no, Okay. No more demonetizing words.
I'm not saying I'm a fan of Jennifer Lopez, but
oh, that was it. That went past the pale.
No more. I know, no more.
We got that was it. That's
Okay,
gonna
so
be taken off air now because of the J-Lo
that's
comment.
why-
That was just a
That's
pale
why
too far.
I jumped on Josh. This is the one-man intervention.
I love it. Well, thank you.
Your comics work has affected me in the following ways. I wrote this thing out here.
Diarrhea.
So, Josh,
that's where Frank's gonna hop in and be like, "Look, Josh, we've been talking together for a long time about J Money. We need to
J Money don't need J Money don't need no sleep. J Money can't make no money while he's dreaming. J Money lives his dreams.
Oh my gosh, Jim! If you ever make a cartoon with J Money, I'll do the most like. But the catch is going to be like J Money actually just talks like, well, hello there. I dare say I do love hip hop music. It's amazing. It's just the best music ever, don't you think? When it gets to the
you need to put J Money in Victorian jet ski, and we'll be okay.
I like that. That could be the Victorian jet skier.
And all he does is he says hip hop lines, and he does hip hop dances.
I love it.
And he wears a top hat.
I like that.
Right. Get to work on it, Frank. I want it on my desk by Monday.
That's true, Frank. I think that Frank, your next comic should be the jet ski idea. I think really that's where the J Money is at. You know what I mean? Like, I think this could happen.
J Money jet skis.
Yeah.
Man, I got also Frank. I got to give you credit for singing "Suspicious Minds" on Adam's show yesterday. That was
thank you,
gutsy and brave and awesome. And
I was ready
my favorite
to sing
Elvis song.
another Elvis song, but it seemed like the other guy didn't want me to sing anymore. So
one last thing before I go. It'd be cool if you rename that boat the SS Caribbean Queen.
Nice.
I do have a question for you, Jim, before you take off.
Yes, sir.
Why do you have
wait, not to be racist, Jim, but my question is
not to be racist.
Yes.
But is it true of all Mexicans that why do you have a puppet of me?
That because I can't put my hand in the real Frank. Good night, everyone.
I love it. That's so good. Oh, I love it. That was excellently played. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Jim Lujan. And if you guys aren't subscribed to Jim Lujan and also supporting his Patreon, you're really missing out. Like Jim, I don't know, Frank, how would you describe Jim's cartooning and like kind of, I mean, obviously he's hilarious just as a person, but his cartoons are like, his
cartoons are like a fever dream come to life.
Yeah, and there's
Technicolor.
That's a really good way of putting it. I think it's like
it's the culture is next.
The way that I can kind of the best way I can explain like Lujan stuff is like it is so hilarious, but it's like if you know, like there's specific comedians out there that like have like just their own, like Carlin's a good example where it's like there's just no other comedian like Carlin. Like somebody could try to do Carlin stand up and it's just not ever going to mimic that voice. It's like a very unique voice, right? I think Jim's like that in animation where it's like there is literally no one who has his sense of humor. And it's so finely crafted and so finely like hilarious and uniquely like Lujan-verse stuff. It's just like, he's like an animator's animator. And you guys should check it out because he's like the dark secret that animators know about. Like animators really admire Jim. You guys will too because he's just he's funny. He actually is pretty artistic with the way he edits as well. And then he does his own soundtracks, and it's just like he's made like over 80 films. So anyhow, I'm just gonna blow smoke to Jim right now. That's all I'm saying. But you guys should be subscribed to him and make sure you're supporting him on Patreon too. Because like as much as indie comics are hard to get support for, like indie animation is really hard. Like it's hard to get support for. So get out there. Anyhow. Yeah, Corey said Jim Lujan, every part of the joke except the punchline. Like a Denny's in a remote town at 2 a.m. It's definitely funny. And Corey, you're welcome to join. But obviously, if health or whatever would impede that, don't feel obligated. Adam, I also sent you a link if you wanted to hop on. And let's see here. So I was gonna do one selection here. Oh, that's what I needed to do. I am all over the place today, guys. I needed to make a channel. Oh my gosh. That's not working.
The Joshua Kemble channel.
Yeah. So I skipped a step because I actually need to consolidate these like white blurry things that I used. So I'm going to copy and then I'm going to make a new thing.
I'm just going to show this off.
Yeah, show it off. Show it off, Frank. That's amazing. And cool. Okay. So now I'm going to go to channels. I'm going to kind of select all my blacks, copy them. Oh, select inverse. And then we'll go back here and do edit.
Wait, is my address here? I don't want to dox myself.
Paste in place. Yeah, don't dox yourself.
No.
By the way, I am curious what the chats think when Frank told his story. It wasn't undersold, right? That was easily the best story.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see anyone in the comments mention it. What did you actually think?
Yeah, I'm curious.
John Coyote did say that he's like, I've heard that before or something like that.
Nice. Yeah, John's cool. I really like John from the conversations we had. Just really awesome person. Did that cover it for the? Why is it still? Did I delete the wrong layer? I think I deleted the wrong layer. Okay, so we have our shading. And then, okay. What I need to do, sorry for like talking through this. This is one of the reasons when I'm doing these things, it's like, I like having guests on, but I feel bad because I'm like, I'm going to have moments of like having to kind of talk through a weird thing. Okay, 50, 50, 50, and 100. Frank, I want you to kind of show that book.
Oh, sure.
A little more.
Yeah.
So people can kind of check out what you got there. Why is this kind of offsetting? That's kind of strange.
So the cover is by Anna Robb. She did a great job.
Wait, are you doing a hip hop song, Frank? Rob, great job.
The cover is by Anna Robb. She did a great job. She's a professional. I'll get there eventually.
Oh, snap. Professional and eventual was pretty. That was a sly rhyme there, Frank.
Well, I put a dedication in memory of my mother and my father.
Adam was saying John is sorry, that's actually really sweet. I'm sorry for cutting you off. Show that again.
I put in memory of I put my mom's name and my dad's name, and then also dedicated to my 3 kids.
That's awesome. Good job, Frank. That's got to be something you're really proud of. And you said people can just message you and you'll give them a PayPal.
Okay. Yeah, like right now it will be on Etsy, but if
Okay.
you just want to message me
Yeah.
directly, it's uh $20 in total. That covers shipping. I'm selling for $15, but with shipping and stuff. But I
Yeah,
think
and I mean,
$20 should cover it.
this is an actual press run, so like when you order a small quantity
Yeah.
of a like offset
Yes.
book, it's gonna like that's actually a pretty fair rate for what that is. Adam said John is one of the nicest guys I ever met. Yeah, I got that vibe. Like he's just super chill.
And what I am doing is I'm writing on the backboard here.
Nice.
So so it'll be like 4 out of 25 first printing because I plan on doing a second printing, and I put the date, and
Cool.
then I'll autograph it, and like this
Awesome.
if
That
you
sounds
want.
great.
So if anyone wants,
I love it, Frank. That's amazing.
I'm doing a little sketch here. So
Let's see here. So I actually think it's really cool. It's so like did they just kind of arrive, or did you go pick them up, or were they shipped to you?
they were because I did it through my friend, and what I did find out is that I thought it was local,
Yeah.
but he's local, and he used this company.
Sourced it.
So I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
so I'm not sure what the company was, but and but
Yeah,
so it went to him, and he was the one that formatted, and he told me it was the first time he formatted. He actually didn't charge me, so I only paid for the printing. But
oh,
he said,
nice.
but he did tell me like now, well, he knows like next time. Well, first he said like never again, but he said he would charge like a little, he would charge more next time. Now that he knows how to format a comic.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
so,
Well,
but
that's cool.
it's an
I mean, that
experience for everyone. I told
yeah.
like this, I do that on my home computer. So, but since we're doing it through like this other company, I wasn't able to do it. So you know what, you're the pro. you do it.
That's
So
cool. Yeah, yeah. Generally, printers will charge like production fees too. And so like if somebody's doing like a book layout and setups for you and stuff like that, that's really cool. And also what you're describing is it sounds like a print broker kind of scenario, and that's pretty common in printing. Where I work as an art director, like sometimes with catalogs, we'll go through like a broker who will
mhm.
then kind of hedge competitive quotes of like multiple offset printers kind of against each other to like get the best rate. Even for like web press and stuff, it's a really good way to go. That's really cool, Frank. Like it's also cool because it's like I think I've mentioned this, but it's like one of the cool things about indie art and doing your own stuff is like, you probably learned a whole lot about sort of the process and what to do and what
Yeah,
not to do the next time, and that just gives you like life experience that you can't really learn in like a YouTube tutorial, like and so I think that's really cool too, because that's going to make, like, if you ever do it again, like every experience is going to get simpler and simpler because you'll just know, like, every time. So that's cool. And then Frank, you'll
yeah.
eventually get there. I'm joking, by the way, just because the guy at the church said you'll eventually get there.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he was being encouraging, but I'm like, I think I did
Yeah.
really good. Like I did everything in the book.
Like you're
But
like, I'm really
okay,
proud of this, and it's like, oh, that's cool, you'll get there, and you're like, but
you'll get
I'm
there eventually.
like,
Like,
I feel like it's kind of getting there. Jim said, Frank, check your messenger. And also I will say, Frank, if you can just send me like in Messenger where I sent you the link, like just send me the link to your PayPal and like what you want for it, and I'll, like, because I'd like to pick one up too.
oh sure,
Oh, you
yeah,
said 20, so just send me the link to your PayPal as long as that covers shipping and stuff. But
yeah. I think
whatever
that
the
will cover
details, you can
shipping.
just message them to me, because
Yeah,
I
I think
definitely
that
want a
should
copy of that.
cover shipping. I mean, I'll find out more in the morning because I'm gonna send it out to Dee Dee and
Cool.
to Anna. But I think $20 should cover it.
Okay, so send me the
Let me
link
check.
too, because Yeah.
All right, cool. Let me check.
We gotta support indie comics, you guys. We gotta make these things happen. It's the way they keep getting made. All right, so let me see. So we're at the hour mark. Frank, I'll let you choose. Either I can let you kind of plug your stuff. While I'm we got Adam joining us. I think he's on mute. But Adam, usually I'll have somebody give like a thumbs up. Let me see. You're streaming. Oh, and we got Corey Kerr joining us too. Cool.
Oh, cool.
So I got Corey here. Corey's added, and Adam, I'm adding you in too. Adam is working on these really cool like Game Boy games.
Yeah.
Like they're kind of I don't know. It's hard to explain. It's like 8-bit. Adam, can you describe it? Oh, we're not hearing Adam.
Is he muted?
He might be. He's not muted on our end, so.
Okay. He's
Interesting.
just very quiet.
All right,
yeah,
he might have
I've been
stepped
working
away
on that game, so yeah, it's good stuff.
Yeah, well, so Adam might have stepped away for a minute or something. Corey, how's it going?
Good.
How are you feeling?
Yeah, second round of pneumonia, so I'm going
Jeez.
for a record. We'll
wow.
see what we can do with it.
So what are the, without making you talk too much, and again, like maybe just briefly, like what do they have you do in the case of pneumonia? I mean, that's, pneumonia can kind of sound like common, but it's also like super dangerous. Oh, Adam left. That's weird. Okay.
No,
Well, maybe he was having connection issues. I guess we'll find out. Let's see. But yeah, so what are the oh, okay. He might have just had to reboot to kind of get a connection.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Corey. That looks amazing, dude.
Oh, thanks.
Oh wow.
Can we let me
There's that one, and then there's the one I'm working on. Hold on, where's the other panel?
Is this going to be like single panel?
No. Where'd my panel go? Is it this one? Oh, there we go. There's the other one. Oh. I don't know what this is going to be yet. I'm still just toying with it, just playing with the idea of it.
Got it.
No.
So, I've got all these characters, and I've got buildings I've made, and there's some more buildings.
Don't worry, Corey, you'll get better.
Yeah, thank you. There's some reference. Where'd my? Yeah, I'm hoping that eventually I'll get there. Just thank you for that. Eventually I'll make it. There we go. There's the panel.
Yeah.
So.
Oh my gosh, I want to show. I don't know how to share this. Let me see if I can do that. Oh my gosh, you guys. That's amazing, wow. Corey. I love that. I'm sorry, Jim sent something super hilarious that I want to share.
Is it what he sent me? I was laughing at it.
Yeah, it is. Do you mind if I share that, Jim? Is that cool? Because it's pretty hilarious. Jim said, that looks amazing. Pneumonia makes you an even stronger artist. I have to say, Corey, I absolutely love the style of those. Like I am. Oh, hang on. I accidentally removed you. I was trying to just reduce the size of that. I feel like, yeah, I mean, I just love the style of it. Like, I love the way you're simplifying the characters. There are these, it's a lot of fun. Okay, cool. And then Jim said, yeah, we can share. I feel like, Frank, this needs to be like the next Tarako Creative Cast needs to just have this picture, especially if you co-host it with Anna. So it could be just a normal picture of Anna and then just this. Let me see if I can share it as long as I have approval. So I don't know if people remember that there was a strange occurrence of just an appearance of strange puppets. on a previous
Yeah, I
thing.
think it was 2 art casters ago. Or was it 3?
It was like 2 or 3, yeah, art casters ago, but there was a strange appearance of puppets that just kind of strangely appeared. One of them was
Yeah.
in Jim Luhan's house, so let me see if I can make this work. Let's find the... Okay. No, it's going to be... Is this going to work? It said Chrome has lost permission to share. Oh my gosh.
Okay.
You know what I'm going to do instead? I'll just drag it into OBS. Because this has to be seen. Are you guys ready?
Yep, let's do it. Beautiful.
Okay, so let's size it down so you guys can kind of see it properly. That was what Jim said. It's amazing. Now, compare, Frank, like, just make a similar pose. And if you just look on the top right and then the bottom, or sorry, the top, will that be your left? I don't know. Look over here and then down there.
There you go.
Yeah, there we go.
There we go.
I love it. I feel like the next time that Jim comes on, what was that old 50s show where they'd have like the mouth like kind of blurred out and then it would have a human mouth?
Clutch Cargo.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Clutch Cargo. So I feel like the next time Jim is on, he should be Frank. Just the Clutch Cargo Frank. That would be amazing. Okay. Thank you, Jim, for sharing that genius brilliance with us.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, Adam.
Hey,
how's
Adam.
it going?
Can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah, totally.
Yes.
Cool. Corey, what was... hey, Corey, by the way.
Hey.
What was the artwork stuff that you're working on? Like, is that for a comic strip you're doing, or what is that for?
I'm messing around. I'm in between projects and waiting on some color correction on the footage for the short film, and so it's just
Cool, just for fun.
Yeah, I might like sporadically and intermittently launch. I've got about half a dozen of these written, and so I might just kind of, the idea that I'm going with is something that I could do like quickly.
Yeah.
So I have my, I've got my characters like ready to go there, and I can just, kind of really quickly tweak the pencils in Photoshop and then ink over it instead of like repenciling everything every time. Things like that. So
That's awesome. Well, I like this style. It's really fun.
oh, thanks. Yeah, should be cool. I'm basically doing like takes place in medieval times, but it's mocking modern things. So
That's really cool.
yeah, the next one this one is just about what would happen to a society with zero, how anarchy isn't going to work, basically. What would happen to a society with zero intervention of things, total freedom. And then the next one I'm doing is going to be kind of the alchemist and the witch get together to invent a medieval version of social media.
Interesting.
Yeah, so
I love it, Corey. I feel like you're on a, I don't know, like I actually agree with Jim. I think the irony is like maybe like you being sick is gonna, like you're gonna make some of your best work, because it's like I just absolutely, I know it's weird and I love all your work, but there's something about that style you're working in right now that just for some reason just hits all the right chords for me. Like it's just really cool. I love it. And I've seen you do like crazy complicated, like amazing work, especially animation and just a lot of stuff. But there's something about the style of this that feels like, I don't know, like very classic, Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the proportions of the characters are built on like Castle Crashers and Calvin and Hobbes and the Peanuts. I mean, they kind of have that like 30% of your body is your head kind of.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, but I love the approach. I mean, like the ink work just looks incredible on these too. It's really nice. Nice.
Oh, Thank you.
Um,
Well, yeah. So, if anybody wants to level up, apparently, like I have a cancer pulmonary embolism scare where you're praying for pneumonia and then get pneumonia, and that's the trick.
Yeah, and then like really, it's ideal if you get pneumonia and you get rid of the pneumonia and recover
Right.
from it, only to have pneumonia again in a totally different location.
Right.
That's kind of your ideal. Is like the real trick is like you get the pneumonia twice.
Right. Yeah, it's the double pneumonia that you really in just the one lung though, just the one side.
So
So
what do they have
three-
you like taking for that? Did you already answer this? Because if you did, it's just I'm
No,
delusional and
I
half asleep.
pulled up Photoshop and you got distracted, so I didn't answer.
Okay. You don't have to answer, but I'm just
No,
like
it's fine.
curious how they treat that.
So because I got the second spot of pneumonia, anyway, I learned the difference between walking pneumonia and normal pneumonia today. And I was like, I have walking pneumonia, right? Because I'm able to like do stuff and go to work and things. And he's like, no, you have normal pneumonia and you shouldn't be able to do things. Normally people lay down. And I was like, okay, so walking pneumonia is a different type of pneumonia where it's not localized in a specific area. It's kind of just lightly everywhere in your lungs. And I have it like pooling in specific areas. Anyway,
Jeez.
so I got a second type of pneumonia in the upper lobe of my lung while I was still on this really heavy antibiotic after being given like 5 different intravenous antibiotics, which is like my doctor is saying it really doesn't make sense because like you don't have anything that is, you don't have like an autoimmune disease, you don't have diabetes, you're not 85, like you shouldn't be doing any of this. But I told him, Occam's razor, I'm always the zebra. Like in that situation, like when you hear hoofbeats, it's me, it's the zebra, it's not the horse. So anyway, so he started to believe me and say things like, normally this is what I would tell somebody, but because it's you. So anyway, yeah, long story short, I am on a new antibiotic. I finished my 21 days of really heavy antibiotic that killed the abscess in the lung and the first spot of pneumonia. And I am on a new, different type of antibiotic that targets antibiotic-resistant strained bacteria. So basically, I've been on antibiotics for several months, and I probably have no positive gut bugs at this time. Oh, thanks, Landon. I'm glad I'm looking better. Usually it's not being on oxygen. That usually freaks people out when I have the oxygen tubes in. I had to restart. My cough came back and I'm sleeping with oxygen again. But so I have 3 options at this point. I can get totally better. That's the one I want. Or if it doesn't get better or gets worse, then I go to a pulmonologist. And if I get new pneumonia on the left side of my body, then that means that the guess that the doctor and I have, which is that it's related to the motorcycle accident, because it's all in the lung that was punctured so far, that would mean that I get an echocardiogram, because it could be he said, I don't want to call it rare, but it's uncommon, type of bacteria that lodges itself in your heart and then grows colonies of bacteria in your heart. And then occasionally they break off and they go into your lungs and give you pneumonia and abscesses. And he said, if it's that one, then it's like heart surgery time. So I'm hoping for it just gets better. That's the one I'm going for.
Yeah, me too. I think I mean, as quirky as the other one is, it's also like I think the least preferable result. I mean, it would make a good story if you survive it, but I don't think the story is worth that one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, before, like, you rarely hear somebody say, yeah, I was really hoping that I got pneumonia.
Yeah.
but because I mean, before my
Double
options
pneumonia.
were, it doesn't sound like you have pneumonia, and your oxygen levels are fine because my lungs don't. Apparently, they don't sound like I have pneumonia for the 3.5 months I've had pneumonia. And so that's why now 4 doctors and a PA have just said, I don't hear anything in there. It's all fine. So this guy, he's like, I'm listening. Literally, it doesn't sound like it, but we have a CT scan of like 4 days ago that shows that you have pneumonia. So you just don't sound like you have pneumonia when you have pneumonia. And my oxygen levels don't drop because my heart rate massively increases. And that's why I'm so tired. So like the 2 indicators that normally people would have when they have pneumonia don't show up. So x-rays don't help. Listening doesn't help. Oxygen levels don't indicate anything. And so that's why, anyway. So the first round, he's like, since it's not pneumonia, you have, it could be one of 3 things that we're going to start looking for. 1 is cancer. 2 is pulmonary embolisms. 3 is your acid reflux spilling into your lungs and burning everything from the inside out. And I was like, I'm gonna start praying for pneumonia. Like that I think of those options. So I was really happy with the diagnosis of pneumonia. That was nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a much better result than like you might have a strange bacteria that's going to eat your heart from the inside out, and we'd have to do heart surgery. I think between the 2, that doesn't. Yeah, that sounds like a better option.
Right.
It's like, basically, do you want to pick like, like quick torture or death by 1,000 cuts? You're like, I'll do just a little bit of torture is fine. Like, let's do that. Like, yeah.
How much torture are we talking about? Because anyway, but there is still a possibility that it is the broken ribs that healed weird that is causing all of this.
Yeah.
And there's something called a leading edge, where it's like an edge of your ribs that kind of like stick out and rub against everything. And I found out what happens if that's it, and that is also something that I would really like to not have it be it.
Is that the like they have to re-break your ribs kind of scenario?
No, they have to just go in and fix it. But if you think it's then the inside of my rib cage and my back, so they'd have to go through under the scapula, under all the muscles, and then under all the ribs.
Yeah, that's always a fun. Yeah,
I'd rather not.
Yeah, that's not a very quick in and out surgery.
No, because there's one of my coworkers just had like the heart surgery where it's like his heart was enlarged, and so they like took pieces of it out so it was smaller. And that's like a lot of surgeries nowadays. They're like, we make this little 1/4-inch incision and we go in there with a camera knife and we do what we need to do, or a laser with a camera attached to it. Heart surgery is still like, we break your sternum in half and use something called a rib spreader and just open you up. So
Gary knows this from experience, like not from his work, but he just like as a hobby likes to open people's chests.
Right. That's he's got a bathtub full of ice and a little business on the side.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is his name Dexter?
That is
why
brutal,
the government's after him?
That's true. You guys should be following Gary on Instagram to know what Frank is talking about there. But let's just say the government is on to what Gary is releasing with Dinosaurs versus Marsbots. Corey, you do look a lot better. And I, even if that's just an illusion, it's a fun illusion to see because we're glad to have you there. And I'm not kidding about that. Art is really, I don't know if it speaks to the part of me that like loves, like there was like the Sunny Day Real Estate album that had like Fisher Price people on the cover. And there's something about like you're doing like it's almost the proportions of like a Fisher Price person, but with like crazy detail. I absolutely, I just think there's something very like classic feeling about it, and I do love it. And then your ink work, I don't know, again, like it just looks beautiful on there.
I just think people probably haven't seen my inks in a while because I've been doing so much animation.
Yeah, that's the other thing is like it. Well, honestly, also just like I mean, that's the other thing. But it's great, and I always love your art. But yeah, there's something about that that's looking really awesome. Okay, I'm going to step away for like 2 seconds because it's like way past the hour mark. So I'm gonna kind of I'll pull you guys. Would you prefer to kind of just be able to make a go around and plug your work while I'm gone, or would you want like a little break yourselves and I can put on a trailer?
I don't care. I'll probably bail at some point soon.
Okay.
I'm
Adam,
cool with a trailer.
preference? Trailer? Okay, cool. So we'll put on the trailer for 2 stories. It's about a minute, so that'll give us all time to like stretch and get water or whatever, and come back. And then I do like, now that we have audio, I think on Adam, it'd be fun to hear him kind of talk a little bit about the aardvark that you're. Wait, it's not an art. Is that an aardvark? My brain is armadillo. I am so tired. I'm confusing an armadillo and an aardvark because they both have A's. That's where my brain is at. But yeah, maybe we can talk about that like after this trailer, and
Sure.
and we'll kind of lead off with that because it's really cool stuff you're kind of building. So I think it'd be fun. People would like hearing about it. Gosh, Corey, just to like, hang on a second. I just want to highlight this. Like, check this out. Like, that is such a fun style. I'm just saying. That's really cool. Okay.
This well was really fun. I did this the other night.
Let's do that again.
Yeah.
Look at that. Look at that ink power right there. There's like a variety of mark making. It's so cool. Like, yeah. Okay. All right. Here we go.
The Christmas music always gets me with that one.
What's up?
So the Christmas music always gets me with that one.
Yeah. It's I don't know. So that's the Christmas trailer. The reason I play that one for 2 stories is the other one always gets me copyright. So it demonetizes my video to monetize me through the music platform that publishes it. So it's like just putting a big middle. It's like the weird irony of like, it's very conveniently automating getting paid for the music, but it at the same time is not. So I have to use like copyright free music on the so that's why I use that trailer. And then the other one, the reason it can play my song is like I haven't published that one yet. So that little crawler isn't going out there stealing people's money and giving me my money for my music, which I've made like probably like 40 cents on. Or maybe in reality, like I made like $30 or something.
That's cool.
Yeah, it was a fun feeling, $30. And it's, you know, every once in a while people will occasionally figure out that I have like some music on Spotify. Speaking of music, we have musician, philosopher, and animator and cartoonist Adam Lohr here. Adam is working on like some video game stuff.
Yes.
And it's really cool. So why don't you like let everybody know a little bit about what you're working on? Like
Cool, yeah.
Maybe starting with the one you're working on right now, you know?
Yeah. So I want to say maybe 2 or 3 months ago, I found this program called GB Studio that allows you to make Game Boy games and Game Boy Color games that can actually be played on a Game Boy emulator or actually transferred to an actual Game Boy cartridge, which is pretty cool. I'm working on another game too that's more just kind of I don't know what you would even call it. It's like HTML, I guess, on a website called Dragon Star. But the one I'm doing right now is just this little armadillo character that rolls up into a ball, and it's like you just kind of fling across the screen and hit these blocks until you get to this pillow. But yeah, right now I'm working on. So it's pretty interesting. Some of the I guess most people probably don't find it interesting at all. So what's the opposite of interesting, Josh? Boring,
I don't know.
It's pretty boring.
Uninteresting?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it's interesting.
I find it interesting.
Yeah.
The limitations of Game Boy graphics. Like, it's not just that you only have a certain number of colors and stuff, but it's like you can only fit a certain amount of information on the screen. Like, you can't just put whatever you want. So it's like you have to kind of work within these. It forces you to sort of use up about half the screen worth of detail. So you have to have creative ways to set things up and stuff. So it's fun. It's fun to find limitations or it's fun to work within those limitations and stuff and get something to look good.
Yeah, I think I mean, yeah, I actually think like working within limitations is just like super like good. And it can be really liberating, weirdly enough, in art. Like for my day job, we do a lot of like lapel pins and stuff, and like it's like it is shocking how much the biggest struggle for most people is like, yeah, we can make art for like billboards and like art for like books and stuff like that, but when you have to make art that has to like replicate of like, say, like something like the Grand Canyon or something, and you have to draw it in a way that is understandable at an inch, like it's a whole different ballgame because it's much more like a mix of like illustration and like logo design, where like when you design a logo, it has to be like reducible to like fit at like a small part of like a business card, you know, unless you're me and you design this obnoxious logo down here that Corey Kerr loves. Corey Kerr is a big fan of that taking up so much space on my screen. Like you guys
I actually really do enjoy that logo. I love that logo. I just think it's funny how much screen real estate it takes.
Yeah. And that's my anti-logo logo because it's referencing like old, you know, art house, like not even art house, like design firms that used to do a lot of maps. A lot of map companies back in the day had these like beautiful Victorian themed kind of graphics and stuff. So that's what that's riffing off of.
The anti-logo, I like that.
Yeah, well, it's like even in this comic, like a lot of what I'm doing here is like very anti-comic. Yeah, it's not the Marvel way, you know, but it's like intentionally not the Marvel way because I want it to look like Victorian. Anyhow,
that could be your next book, Josh.
Yeah, just call it not the Marvel way. But yeah, like yeah, I don't know. I mean, Corey, there's limitations to like animation and stuff too. Like if you do too many frames, it can look kind of weird, right? With animation.
Yeah, there's a big thing going on right now where they're taking AI and they are using AI to add frames in between old animations. And it's like, hey, look, I made this 15 frame per second thing, 60 frames per second, and it just looks awful. And everybody's like, it's so smooth. And I'm like, nope, that's just bad. That's just bad now.
Yeah, am I crazy? But like, I still have like a relatively older TV, right? It's not an old TV like the kind that you like pull and it goes ping and like has to warm up. It's not that old.
I just want that sound when I walk into my studio. I want that to be like the entrance to my studio.
Yeah. Just the tubes warming up, you know. There are a couple amplifiers, you know, that make that noise because they still run on tubes.
Tube amps are awesome for that.
Yeah. But like, I do have an older TV. It's still like a flat, you know, one, and it's modern kind of, but I think at this point it's like maybe 15 years old. Like, and so like I have gotten used to just kind of seeing things in like not super HD. It's not like it's not bad. It's just not like noticeably like really high def.
Yeah.
So like if we go to a store like Best Buy or something, because I need like something for my computer, it's like the most surreal experience because I actually don't like the way that like a super HD movie looks because it starts getting into that weird thing where you can tell it's an illusion. Like I don't know if that makes sense.
There's a thing, like the Duffer Brothers came out, the guys who did Stranger Things, and they're like, "Okay, before you watch our show, can you please fix the following settings on your TV set?" So like they tried to get so realistic that it was like you actually saw people's pores and their skin, and you saw it was like you saw the strings that were holding up the set, or whatever, and so there are certain settings that you can do to kind of bring it back to like what the filmmakers intended it to look like. Because the TVs are actually so smart now that they are trying to fix the picture. And it's like, here's the settings to get it to just be like, it's kind of like people that have an equalizer on the music that they're listening to, and they go in and they're like, I can mix this better than the professional sound mixer. And you're like, just listen to it flat. Like, don't add your own EQ.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's I feel like what's happening with HD is equivalent to like what was happening with reverb in the 90s, where it's like it's like at first it was kind of cool, and then it's like, okay, you don't need to add reverb to drums, like to the extent that you're adding it, where everything just sounds like it's in a tin can. Like, and if you listen to early 90s music, it's like overproduced in that way, which is why like if you listen to like a Steve Albini album where he was like a little more raw about it, there's still a little bit of reverb, but it's mostly like trying to get that reel to reel sound. That's why a lot of those like if you listen to like Nirvana, even if you like Nevermind the most or something, there's elements of the production of that sound very dated, even though the songs are great and don't like. I think it still holds up. But if you listen to like In Utero, it sounds like something that could have been recorded last week, right? And there's a difference between just the production quality, and it's like literally that one was kind of like we have all this production technology, and then the other was like, a producer is like, yeah, we have the technology, but we're going to have these crazy limits to it so that we have a live sound, and one kind of holds up and the other kind of falls apart. Gary was saying half the art of animation is deciding what frames to depict. Using AI to smooth it out is the equivalent of pixel smoothing filters in old games.
Yeah.
And then he said the soap opera effect. Some TVs add frames to turn 24 or 30 to 60, and it looks wrong. It totally does.
Yeah.
Right? Because then you can tell it's a set, Yeah,
the soap opera effect is good because that's a good name for it, because soap operas, they produce so much content that they just like nuke the set with light. They're just like, just turn on every light you have, point the camera at the pretty person. She was given her lines 6 minutes ago. So
Yep. Like if this were the soap opera effect, we'd just put it on Frank and light it really well, and then you just see a handsome artist this whole time. That's basically, I get complaints all the time when I have Frank on stream about the handsome artist. They're just like, I can't handle the soap opera effect with Frank. He's just too handsome.
Yeah, it's just too much. It's too much beauty.
It is.
And the rest of us feel
my
better.
wife keeps texting Frank. I can't help it, guys.
He's like, sorry, what can I say? I'm a machine. I'm a handsome artist. What can I say? As a handsome artist, I have to say, Frank, we all relate to that problem. I love that.
It's like it's every schoolgirl's fantasy. There's like the hot fireman and the handsome artist. I mean, people can do that all the time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very common trope.
Yep. 100%. You know, you guys were a very humble live stream here. We're just full of humility. Like we're super humble, you know. Yeah.
I think I might be more humble than you, though. I think I win in the humble
I think
contest.
we're the humble pack.
Yeah, I don't know if we're so much a pack though, because I'm like probably the most humble. I think I'd have to say like I think Corey's
humble
wrong.
gang.
I think we need to have a long debate about which one of us is more humble. That
Well,
gets
here's
really
the
heated.
thing. I think you have more reason to be humble, and I'm just better. And so my humility is more because I've got more to like come down from.
I like that. I think oh man, I'm trying to match that. I think you won. I think you won the debate, the humble
Can you
debate.
imagine people not quite getting the joke that we're saying right now and thinking that I'm just a huge dick?
Yeah.
Oh, I know. I think that would be hilarious. Well, we weren't even
on
joking.
Adam's stream yesterday, I was doing the handsome artist thing, and I had to stop and explain it because they thought I was just being obnoxious. I could see it
wow,
like,
this guy.
Why does he keep saying he's
Like just meeting Frank for the first time, and that's all he keeps saying.
Yeah.
You're like, I can't believe this guy. Can you believe this guy?
Yeah.
That's kind of half the humor of the bit, though, right?
And then I
It
call
just
them
sounds so,
nerds,
like,
and they're
Yeah.
like, "Why are you calling us nerds?"
They're like, this guy's such a bully. I do love that bit though. The Frank's starting a stream and he's like, you know, powerlifting like a 10-pound weight. And he's like, "What's up, nerds?" I love it. It's pretty classic.
That's good stuff.
Yeah, but yeah, that is hard with like sarcasm's a tough road. Like I don't envy people who are like full-time comedians because it's like when you're being sarcastic and then you're having to contend with people who are like not being sarcastic and then masking like terrible statements with but like, hey, I'm just being sarcastic.
Yeah.
And then you're also competing with people who just literally can't tell what sarcasm is. And like you're clearly being sarcastic. I don't know. It's a tough road to walk as a comedian, I would think.
Yeah.
As a handsome artist, I just think that would be a really hard, like a fine line to, you know, I don't know what you guys think. But as a handsome artist, I think that, you know.
I don't know what you guys think. I also don't care.
Yeah, exactly. I'm very humble in thinking that like what I think is probably the best there.
Right.
So
if you think differently than me, then you're just wrong to start out with. So
yeah. Which is okay. I mean, I've been wrong in the past. I'm not wrong right now, but you know,
you know, at one point in time,
It's rare.
Yeah.
At one point in time, I thought I was wrong, and then it turns out that I wasn't.
Have you guys ever had that moment where you're like, you know, humbly thinking you're wrong because you're so humble? And then like it turns out that everyone else was wrong and you were totally correct because you're smarter than everyone.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys relate to that because it seems to happen to me all the time. Like it's just a weird thing.
Then I struggle with the paradox of being wrong about being wrong, and was I wrong at any point in time?
That's true. And it's weird because I'm rarely, well, to be honest, I'm never wrong, but you know, I'm open to being wrong because I'm so humble, you know?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
So
I'm meek, but I could be meeker.
I think Jim and I were talking, like kind of riffing on that a few streams back where we were saying that like it would be hilarious to do an interview show where you are just a complete jerk to like but that's the bit, you know, where you just be like so yeah, like, and all you do the whole time is like the interview would be like half compliments that turn into insults, you know?
Isn't that like Between Two Ferns?
Yeah, but like do that as like an art interview, you know? Yeah, I don't think anybody can do that quite as well as Scott Aukerman though, the writer for that. Like I think he's just unusually gifted at that. Yeah.
I mean, you could compliment things that like aren't compliments, you know? Like I really think that you've become very skillful at like never drawing anyone's feet and just constantly hiding things. It's the way you're doing that is just masterful.
I like the way that when I look at this drawing, like almost like fools me and makes me think you can draw. Like I just think you pulled that off really well.
Yeah.
It's like that kind of thing, right? I don't know. Anyhow, so let us know in the chats. Do you guys like us as terrible human beings?
Everybody left already. They're like,
yeah,
everyone's gone.
Like I look at my subscriber count, it's just disappeared. Everyone's listening, going unsubscribe. That's it. I'm done.
You can just watch it drop like
yeah.
the inverse of the national debt.
Yeah, exactly. Somehow, like people, instead of super chatting, they somehow figured out a way to invert the super chat. Like any super chat. Yeah. It's like
just take it back.
You just see it in the chats where it says -$5. You're like, wait, what?
Like, how did that work? You check your bank account tomorrow and there's all these debits.
It's like, wait a minute. I didn't know that was part of super chats. It's like, no. That's the anti-hero. See, there's super chats. And then what's the reverse of and then there's bizarro chats.
Oh, right. Jeez.
I'm really loving the 8-bit art, Adam.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the games that we're doing is, so these are literally going to be on a Game Boy, but the other game that we're doing, it's called Dragon Star, which is more like it's like a puzzle game, almost like Tetris or Dr. Mario with planets and stuff. Is designed for a full screen modern computer, like a full screen PC display. So it's a little bit, well, I don't know if it's that much of a fun challenge, but it is also a challenge there's two different challenges here. One is the extreme limitations of Game Boy graphics. The other challenge is getting something that's very high resolution to look good, just like a classic video game without just looking like modern, flashy crap, So
I love that. I relate to it too, because like back when I used to do a lot of t-shirts, one of the things, now there's a lot more resources I think out there for people, but at the time I was doing it, there wasn't like a lot of resources for how to actually get like an authentic halftone. And like, most people at the time like would just kind of use the halftone filter, which wouldn't look authentic because it would kind of it would sort of scatter halftones in like this sort of transparent way, where it's like if you look at like really old school halftones on like a Wacky Pack or something, they're really solid. And also they have a different tone. So it would be like the red on like older stuff had like a little more yellow to it. And there's just tones that like didn't match like the just generic Photoshop like halftone filter. So I ended up like kind of figuring out ways to reverse engineer and build my own levels of halftones to mimic like old advertising. And that was kind of my gimmick for a long time doing t-shirts, was like being able to do that like fairly authentically. So it would look like, even if it looked bad, it would look real, like, and I think there's something really fun about that challenge of like kind of trying to reverse engineer stuff, but like do it authentically. So it kind of like has that feeling, because it's so easy to get it like close but really wrong, so I don't know, like the idea of 8-bit. I know Corey's built some 8-bit graphics in the past, and Corey, how did you like kind of manage to do that? Because you had vectorized like those, right?
Corey, weren't you working on something with Mike Emirates, or are you still working on something?
I don't remember doing anything with 8-bit with Mike.
Well, Mike did that
video
8-bit
game graphics.
Yeah, the 8-bit thing that he did for your animation, I think he might be rereferencing.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, so Mike made some graphics for an animated short that I'm doing, and it was 8-bit, and it is super cool.
Yeah,
it had the animation and everything. I animated an 8-bit version of myself at one point, and then I did.
I remember that.
The guys from the podcast,
the icons,
Master of One, they hired me to do some portraits of them in 8-bit.
So, like, what programs did you use for the 8-bit portraits? Out of
I
curiosity.
used an iPad program called Pixelable,
Nice.
and you can set your resolution. But the nice thing about it, because a lot of people do it in Photoshop, then you have to kind of like figure out like how you want to do, like, do you want to do bicubic sampling, or do you do, whatever you like to make it larger.
Yeah.
But the Pixelable, it just works in squares, and you tell it like, I want a grid of like 60 by 60 or 20 by 20 or whatever. But then while you're working at it, it's just in the software, and then you can choose to export it and then say, I want this to be 800 pixels by 800 pixels or whatever. And so you, like, in the export, the software sizes everything up and knows that you're going for like a pixelated look, and so it doesn't give you any aliasing or whatever. I can't remember which one's which.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Anti-aliasing. So aliasing is the step ladder. I always have to remind myself. Anti-aliasing is the computer trying to compensate for aliasing, which is actually healthy. Like, if you want a really true flat color with a solid edge, and you're doing it in raster, you want it to be aliased. Anti-aliasing is like the computer compensating and blurring it, which would be a real nightmare if you're trying to make 8-bit graphics, which are 100% aliased. The only reason I'm saying that is I forget it all the time too, so I'm walking through it to remember.
I always have to stop and think about that, and I have to stop and think about fiction and nonfiction, because it's like the non part makes it seem like that's the part that's made up, but that's the part that's true.
Oh, interesting. I used to do that. I forgot. Like, I used to have to think about that too.
Yeah, I always have to think like, okay, which one am I thinking of?
Yeah. Yep. I have that same problem every time I'm posting in QAnon for. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. No, not at all.
Sound like a white supremacist or something.
Yeah. Not to sound racist, but yeah, I think that just by the way, even that, like, just because I'm so like not a fan of that community, I just want to say 100% a joke about that. I can't stand the QAnon thing.
You don't want to do the dog whistle joke where it's a joke but not a joke?
Yeah, I want to be really clear that was not like a haha, wink, wink, kind of like I'm kidding, but not, but am. Like, no, that was a 100% joke. But anyhow, let's see. So, like, Adam kind of went over some of what his process is for like making 8-bit on his own stream. So I would encourage you guys to check that out. But it was really pretty fascinating.
With the Berserkonaut image.
Yeah. So, I think it's interesting. Like, one of the fun things about art is like, there's like a million approaches to kind of get a similar result, you know? I love that actually about it. I think that's why it's like hard. I don't know, Corey, if you have trouble with that, but it's like, it's hard to like teach in ways that are only rote learning, because like when it comes to art, because like, there are like a million approaches, and if people get like too locked into one, it's like they can, I don't know if that makes sense. It's like, it's hard to teach people to think creatively, like on the fly about stuff, like deconstruct it, you know?
Yeah. Well, and I don't know. So like neurological development leads itself towards, here's the pixel stuff I did. Neurological development,
that's so good.
Leads itself towards like wanting, like you have a desire when you're like between like 17 25, you have like a desire to seek out the answer from authority. And so you can see the portrait I was going off of. And so like it's actually really frustrating for the students when I tell them I'm not going to give you the answer, and they're like, but why? Anyway. Yeah. I should do more of this. This takes forever though, man. You would think it'd be faster, but it is so much more time consuming.
Yeah, it can take a long time to do pixel art.
I think I did. Let's see. It's gotta be around here somewhere.
So
Oh, wow.
I have a question. Corey, do you think comics or animation take more time? I've always assumed it was animation, but I don't know. Like I was thinking about it too, because like if we're talking like limited animation,
Yeah, it depends.
I don't know.
It
It's
depends on
interesting.
style.
Yeah,
Well, I think it depends on what you're comparing. Like, are you comparing the same amount of story in a comic book to the same amount of story in a cartoon? That's going to take way longer to animate.
Oh yeah, like if we're talking like a hour long, yeah. What do you think takes longer, like a 20-page comic or a an hour and a half long animation? Just curious, guys.
Yeah, it kind of depends. I mean, one of the things with Jim's style is he's able to get stuff out really fast.
Yeah,
because his illustration style is such that it allows, like, he's not sitting there doing like, chiaroscuro, it's like it's recognizable fast, and it's got that kind of like childlike kind of quality to it that's really cool. But it also allows for speed, which is something that to him is very important. Like, we've had long conversations about, him trying to convince me to stop being so detailed, and me trying to convince him to, like have characters blink with 5 frames instead of turning things on and off.
And he's talked to you about his need that comes into play when it comes to that working quickly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I mean, like
he's told you he has a need for working quickly.
I feel like you're hinting at a joke that I'm not getting.
I'm trying to get somebody to say I've got a need for speed. That's what I'm trying
to
here.
That's what I thought when I was
got a need for speed. All right. Anyhow, that's okay. That is not on you guys. That is sincerely on me being a goofball.
I was trying to trick you into saying this expression.
I was like, you got to be referencing, but I was thinking, I don't think Josh has played that video game, but I think that's coming. You're quoting a movie that I. So.
Yeah. But I also could have played that for. I think that might have become funny again if I had just kept going and been like, well, no, like if he had a desire for speed, you know what I mean?
Right,
like, anyhow, so. All right, you guys, we're at the 2-hour mark. I'm gonna say, because we haven't plugged them in a while, why don't we do the go around? Obviously, if you guys want to get water or take a break or whatever, feel free. But if not, like, go ahead and do a go around, starting with Frank, and then we'll go like Frank, Adam, Corey. Like, let people know where to find your work. So, Frank, you have a newly printed comic. Where can people find that? I'll be
right. It's right here. Not this one. Oh.
Yes, definitely get that comic, but after Frank's.
I got Captain Goggles and Maskellman. It's now a comic. This was the mini comics that I was there, and you can still get them on my Etsy store if you want to see what came before this. This is colored and in a larger format. And this cover was made by Anna. So if you want to get this will be on Etsy. But if you just want to direct message me on Instagram or Facebook Messenger, I'll send you my PayPal, and it'll be about I think $20 in total, covering shipping. But yeah, I got limited copies. So when these sell out, I want to do a second run. So, nice. Get them while I still have them. So this will be the first printing.
I love it. All right. Definitely check that out. And I'll probably be purchasing one of those once the stream's over.
I sent you my PayPal.
Yeah. If not tonight, it's probably because I'll be ending this stream at like 2 a.m. So if not this stream, then before the next one, I'll be.
Don't let them off the hook, Frank. Get your money now.
Just be like, I need my $2 and show up at my door. $2. By the way, if you guys have not seen Better Off Dead and One Crazy Summer, both movies, you need to watch them. They're both like 80s cult classic. And especially Better Off Dead, like just watch those movies. They're amazing. Yeah, you won't regret it. I'm just saying. They're like, I'd say like Oscar-worthy movies, would you say?
Yep, of course.
Yeah. Like there's a few that like are a little heavy.
Oscar Mayer?
That's a fair point, possibly. But I'd say like Better Off Dead like could be like right there next to like it's like the Shawshank Redemption, you know? It's like the two could be like right next to each other on the same shelf. So, you know,
I think
clear your
I
day.
think it's a contender for like Citizen Kane for like having completely changed the way that everyone thinks about cinema. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, Better Off Dead, very fine movie. Philip, I'm offended. He said they're hilarious. I don't know, Philip. Take another watch at those. Those are very serious movies. No, I'm just kidding. Philip's dead on. Great 80s stuff. I remember watching those on VHS. Yeah. And then I want to highlight this again because this is the cruelty of Gary Hodges and why the government is currently after him. He said, I knew where Josh was going. This is about my Need for Speed joke. And he said, and I refuse to help.
I don't know which one's worse. Him knowing exactly where you're going or me thinking, that's so stupid he can't be going there. It's got to be something else that I'm not getting.
Corey, to be fair, you know, as a humble guy, no, I'm just kidding. Yeah. But to be fair, Corey, you've known me for a while. You have to know, like, yeah, that's stupid. Josh would be going there.
No, I was like, it's gotta be. Is this a reference to Voltaire that I'm not getting or something?
Like, this is my friend. He has taste. He wouldn't be that dumb. I love it. But no, Corey, you've known me long enough to know I would be that dumb for sure.
I'll blame oxygen deprivation.
Okay, so Frank got to plug his stuff. Adam, where can people get your comics? Your streams, all that fun stuff.
So I have been away from YouTube for a little while, but I'm back and I've been streaming lately. Just my YouTube channel, if you guys don't know, is just my name, Adam Lore. I think you technically might have to spell it all as like one word to find it more easily. And I just recently got a different website so you can get my comic book a little bit more easily. My comic book is called Toad Road Comics. And you can now get it at toadroadcomics.com instead of going through, it still goes to Indie Planet is where it's technically sold, but you don't have to type that all in.
Nice. So Toad Road Comics. I love it.
Toadroadcomics.com, baby.
I love it. And there's like two versions of that comic. There's the Not Safe for Work, which I highly recommend. And by the way, just because it's not safe for work, like there's some heart to it. It's not like it's just like blandly like offensive humor. It is funny. It does go places that are a little off color, but it's fun. And if you're into like kind of good comedy, like you dig it. But also if you're like easily offended by like language or like other things like that, there's like a safe for work version too. So that's pretty cool that you do that, Adam. If you're looking for a safe for work version of either of my comics, I was about to say, well, I guess I can cuss on the stream, but I won't. But yeah, do something fun with yourself.
Oh, jeez.
And if you're looking for a not safe work of my comic, oh, too bad because I don't have one.
That's true. Frank does wholesome comics until he does Captain Anarchy, and then all bets are off, you guys.
That's
the standard version and the more kind of family-friendly version of my comic is not as big of a difference for that first issue, but as the series goes, the distinction is going to get more and more extreme. So I'm kind of setting up the series ahead of time.
Yeah, from some of the stuff I've heard, if you are easily offended by off-kilter humor, stick to the family-friendly version. I love it. Also, I was going to say, Frank, I think like the first page of Captain Anarchy should be kind of like almost like similar to like Captain Goggles. You know, it's like you're easing people into it, and then the second page is just him like exploding someone's head. You know, something like ridiculously violent and over the top, or something just like welcome to Spawn Part 5. You know, like
So
anyway.
it starts off like a 50s cheesy cartoon, like, gee Williker, super
Yeah.
cool guy. What do you
Yeah.
think? And bam,
Yeah.
the next panel.
Yeah, and then it goes from like an old like Lone Ranger
Gallows
comic.
Man.
Yeah, an old Lone Ranger comic, and then you turn the page, and it's like the ice cream scoop page that we all remember from Spawn. You know, so it's
Okay.
and if you guys don't remember it, that's fine. That's probably a good thing, but you know, I that did inform my. You don't know the ice cream scoop?
No.
Oh man!
When
Okay.
you said that, I was thinking about the Ice Cream Man movie, the horror movie. So I was thinking.
So it is.
Worse.
It is kind of a okay. Okay. So I'm like in. Adam will relate to this too because you were super into Spawn, right, Adam?
Yeah.
Like back in the day. Okay.
I still do. I love Spawn. So
nice.
Greg Capullo, Todd McFarlane, two of my favorite artists.
Okay.
Yeah. So like. I had followed that, like I was so obsessed with that in junior high that like if Spawn had like a crossover comic, I would buy it, like just because Spawn was in it. Like that's how much I loved Spawn. And so for like the first like 50 issues, I just like obsessively bought Spawn. But like keep in mind, I'm like a junior high kid. I'm getting into like Ghost Rider, you know, it's like I'm done with Spider-Man. I need darkness. You know, because at the time I'm like, you know, I think there's this phase like we go through as like junior high kids where there's just like, I don't know, at least for me, I had this just strange desire for just like ultra violent stuff at that age. And then Spawn came along and it was like everything I loved about superheroes, but it was also like, this is adult because it's violent. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is perfect. You know, because I'm in like I think 6th and 7th grade when Spawn came out. So Spawn, I can't remember the issue, but it's like Spawn. If anybody in the chats remembers it, but like there's a specific issue where it's like Spawn like is basically trying to stop this ice cream man that's killing children. And it's really graphic, even the way he's killing children. Like they show like body parts, all sorts of stuff. It's brutal. And then at the end, it's like I don't think this is a giant spoiler, but it's like there's the ice cream man has been chained up to the roof by Spawn after he's done these brutal murders. So of course his is justified now, right? Because he's an anti-hero. And he there's a sign that says I scream, you scream. He made them scream, so I made him scream. And scream and scream and scream, and it just keeps saying that, and then it's tethered to his dead corpse with the back of ice cream scoops that he shoved into the ice cream man. And that was like, now like just picture that if you're like used to like the sanitized like approved by the Comics Code Authority thing, and you're like a junior high kid, it's like that was just like, whoa. This is like, he is not messing around. This is an anti-hero, you know? It was interesting enough at the time where it still sticks with me. So yeah, anyhow. Sorry for the Spawn spoilers, guys. That comic got hardcore. And the great thing about comics at that time was you could get that as like, you know, a 6th grader. Whereas if you like tried to like rent a movie as a 6th grader, like people would be like, I don't know, this is rated R, you know? Yeah, anyhow. Comics were like the nice subversive way to like challenge your fears and stuff. I don't know why that is. But did you guys have that at all? Like the whole ultra violent desire no. Not in like in reality. I had this interest in like that stuff. Yeah, that's true. That is true. And then we've got like Gary Hodges over here just opening people's chests, you know. So there's that in the chats. But other than that, no, like, you know, it wasn't like a real violent desire. It was just like there was something about like ultra violent media, like fiction, that was just, I think I read like Clive Barker at the time. I don't know. It's just this weird period of time where it was just like a super big interest of mine. Did you guys ever have that?
No.
All right, then I guess I was a psychotic junior high kid.
I did think it was cool that Spawn like went took it that far. Like I remember in Wizard magazine there was like an article about all like the craziest stuff in Spawn, but it wasn't like I sought it out or anything.
But like when you saw it, did you think it was cool? Like, was there?
I thought it was cool. Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like Ghost Rider too, same thing. Where you're just like, man, this guy's like face melts off and he becomes a skull. It's like, it's just, I don't know. There's something about that age, like metal, horror movies, horror books. Like, I think it's just because you're kind of, I don't know what it is. I wonder if there's like, I'm sure there's like psychological stuff.
I used to rent the Faces of Death videos.
Oh my gosh.
See that I can't. I never had a point in my life where like the real stuff, like I just couldn't with the real stuff. Like even now, I wouldn't even come close to it. You know.
Well, I know it was real when I rented it in the corner, but I kept watching.
Oh no.
Or maybe I did. I don't remember. I just like horror movies, so I just like whatever they had there.
Yeah, it's weird. Like for me, like the line between the fiction and reality has always been really strong. Corey was making fun of, I think it was like me and Jim, or no, it was me and Scott, where he had like gotten surgery or something. And he's like, "Oh, check this out," and we're both like, "No, don't like show us." Like, and it's like a lot of guys I know are just like, "Yeah, show it. That's awesome," you know. But like I like unusually like sensitive to like not seeing real life violence. Like I just don't like.
Well, I just got my nipple pierced. You want to see?
And that was, I mean,
that
was
I'm down for actually, Frank.
That was literally just my stitches.
Yeah, it was just literally stitches, but like that would just be really tough for me to see, you know.
Your Lilo and Stitch collection?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have
I don't know if I could handle all the laughing. I don't know. I was trying to think like, isn't it "you had me in stitches" or something? Why is that a phrase for laughter? You had me in stitches.
I think it's because it's called a stitch in your side when you get that kind of like pain from running out of oxygen. Like if you're running and you get that kind of pain, that's called a stitch.
Got it.
That might be it. I don't know.
Okay.
As I started saying that out loud, it sounded stupid enough to where I was like, now I don't know if that's true.
That sounds like a good guess. At least that's what I would guess.
Yeah, that doesn't sound stupid. That sounds
like when you laugh, it makes your side hurt, like having stitches. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, not to be a jerk, but
not to be a jerk, but yeah. You guys, not to be like super brilliant, but I kind of like that one. Stories. You could start it out by not to be a huckster, but you guys should buy all of our art.
Oh man, I'm really struggling with this panel.
Oh, I forgot. I missed Philip's response to my jokingly chiding him for not calling One Crazy Summer and Better Off Dead serious art house films. But he did respond by saying, "Hey, those are from my era, LOL." Like he knew better. He knew what we were doing. Gary said this handsome artist is calling it a night. Later, guys. Yep, it's a rough life being a handsome artist. Have a good night, Gary. Thanks for hanging with us. I hope you made some really good progress on your pages. Yeah, you know.
I wonder if people think I'm just really, really vain lately because I've been saying handsome artists everywhere.
I think that's kind of half the bit, though. You know, it's like, I don't know. Yeah. So,
handsome artist.
What are you working on, Frank? What are you working on right now? What you doing?
I'm doing the backboards of the comics, so I am signing, autographing, and doing sketches.
Oh, nice.
Nice. So I've never had this happen, but I just thought of a joke. And this is not meant to like be a joke about you, Frank. Well, I've never had this happen, and it just crossed my mind that it would be like the worst thing that could possibly happen. So imagine doing like a store signing. Somebody buys the book, and you sign it, and they're like, I actually don't want to buy it anymore. You kind of ruined it. They're like, yeah, I didn't really want you to sign this. Like,
Well, I just ruined a piece because and it's already done, already put in a thing, but I was using fountain pen and on the sketches, and when I put it in the bag, it's smeared. It's like,
Oh, I hate
oh
that.
yeah, you gotta let it dry, or use a Sharpie and let it dry. Even Sharpies.
yeah. Well, I was letting it dry, and I thought it was dry, and it was still a little. It's not a huge smear, but just enough where like, okay, well, hopefully,
That just makes
it was
it
for
more
Anna.
rare and more valuable. Frank.
That's true.
It's now more unique.
Mhm.
than it
Yeah, that's
was
why
before.
now I'm using the alcohol marker.
Now smear them all.
But it is
Smear.
I think I still have some comics in my long boxes from when I was a kid that I got signed at like one of those like big. Again, like there was an era where I was like really obsessed with like the whole image boom, right? I was just the perfect age for that. And so I remember they did this like Wildstorm tour thing, and it's like I waited in line for like an hour to like get everybody from there to like sign like one of those. They had like all of these event kind of things at the peak of Image where they'd put out like a book and it would have like pinups of all the characters or something. It'd be like Wildstorm 2.0 with the foil variant cover or whatever, right? And I remember standing in line for like 2 hours getting like Jim Lee, Rob Liefeld, Wallace Portasio, like all these guys like signed this book because they're all in it. Because it was like one of those collections, right? And then I put it in the poly bag and they were signing them with like the old, this is before Sharpies had the metallic. So they used to sign with paint pens, which you had to let dry.
Right.
I'm a kid. I didn't know this. So I just slipped them in
no.
and it just was like smudge.
Oh,
And still in my long boxes, I have a few comics like that where it's like a blurry set of signatures and then just paint pen markings that had touched the poly bag. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, like as a kid, it still meant a lot to me to get them signed. And I was never really a collector buyer anyway. Like I wasn't like, oh, these will accrue in value. But it is like, I do remember being like, I ruined my comics. Yeah, it was pretty heartbreaking at the time. But yeah, anyhow.
That sucks. Well, and also you didn't get a nice, crisp Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld signature. And Will's.
Yeah, I think I might. I gotta look. I mean, I've got some pretty weird signatures that I guess like people might be geeked out about. Like I have Sin City signed by Frank Miller.
funny.
That was something I got like in Colorado as a kid at Mile High Comics. I have like Neil Gaiman signed Death: The High Cost of Living, as did Chris Pacello, who like got me into art. But my dad actually briefly worked at a school that his like cousin worked at, or maybe he was his uncle. I can't remember, but yeah. So through that, I met Chris Pacello and was like, I love it. And it was right when he was working on Generation X. So there's a lot of like weird comics that I have gotten signed throughout the years, as like a nerd. Like my favorite signatures are like Jeff Smith. That's my favorite. I have the original cartoon books graphic novel of Bone, and it's got a drawing of Phone Bone and Jeff Smith's signature. That was really cool.
Nice.
But yeah, it's like I don't know. Yeah, if you're gonna get books signed and you're using like any sort of pen, let them dry. Let them dry, Frank.
Oh, okay.
You're like, wait, what? Why does this keep happening? But yeah, that's rough. Yeah.
It wasn't too bad. It just made the. I like how the masculine that I drew looked, and then just kind of like she got lines, and then the Captain Goggles looks like a creepy pasta with the eye smudges. It's like, okay, well,
I kind of want the creepypasta version. I kind of want that
I'm
version.
just hoping it
Frank.
doesn't smear on the book itself when you take it out because it was on the plastic.
Well, that's the
But
copy I want,
warn-
Frank. Set that one aside for me, okay?
Okay, let me take it out of the package. Here, take out Anna sleeve.
Oh, was that Anna's? Okay, if that's Anna's, then no. I was just saying I don't mind getting the smudged one. Is what I'm saying. Like I'll take it. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
Let's see.
I'm just
20. So, Adam, like how like when you're done with that looks so authentic. It really does. That feels like a Game Boy screen.
Well, very soon, once for some reason I couldn't like open the program, or I would just actually have this imported into the program right now. But once this is the thing is I got to import this into the program and hope that it will interpret it in a flattering way that doesn't just like distort everything and I have to go back and redo it a couple times. But I'm trying to get it as close to like you get like you don't like so these are the Game Boy colors. There's 3 or 4 very specific shades of sort of green that you have to use. But you can do an image in just about any color, and then it'll kind of try to match like the closest match. But that usually just screws it up. So it's better to try to actually do it in the actual colors. But then once you go back, you can do Game Boy Color games, which is like colored graphics that are a bunch of different colors. But you have to just select. You kind of have to take something like this, and you have to select a bunch of different color palettes and tell it specifically which palettes you're selecting where and stuff. But
got it.
It's kind of fun. Like it's kind of complicated to do all that, but it's just sort of like, it's definitely fun to just import something and adjust it and do the color palettes and shift them around and then just play it and see how it turns out. And it'll kind of shift too, like depending on different emulators will interpret the colors differently and stuff. So I don't know. You get interesting results that you usually would not get by playing around with that stuff.
Yeah, I mean that actually sounds like super fun. How are like so when you're done with it, is this going to be something available for people to kind of like get?
Yeah, definitely.
Awesome.
That's
cool.
Think that this is one thing that's cool about this program I'm using too is you can save it as a Game Boy game, and you can also export it as I think at least maybe 2 different ways. Like you can export it just as something that you can just post on a website and just play online, or I think maybe also as like a downloadable, just like whatever, just generic exe file that you can open anywhere.
That's awesome.
So yeah.
I'm trying to figure out a couple tricks here. Okay. This will work.
But the other game that I'm working on, the puzzle one I was talking about, is currently available to play. Well, it's still in early stages of development, so it's like what we have is available.
That's awesome.
It's pretty fun, and you can play. The other thing that's cool about the other game that we got set up is the programmer guy just set it up to where you can actually play it with a Super Nintendo controller.
Oh, sweet!
Which to me makes all of the difference in the world. Like I found it kind of boring to play with a mouse, but once we switched it to, you can just like plug in like a USB Super Nintendo controller. It's, to me at least, it's like a million times more fun that way.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Let's see here.
I gotta run.
All right. Have a good one, Corey. Thanks for hanging out. And the art's looking awesome. Make sure you guys are following Corey on Instagram. Anywhere else people can check out your stuff, Corey? Obviously on YouTube too.
Yeah. You just go to CoreyKerr.com. That's probably the best spot. I don't update that as much, but I'm going to start because I am seriously considering not doing social media as much as I am. So I might be moving to other things. I don't know. Toying with some ideas.
I love it.
Yeah. So CoreyCurr.com right now is where that's at.
Okay, cool. Well, thanks for hopping in. It's fun to talk to you, man, and glad to see you kind of talking and somewhat better, at least in appearance. And I hope everything kind of heals up and gets better. But that art is looking awesome.
Thank you.
Cool.
All right.
Sweet.
See you guys later.
See you, Corey.
Yes.
Yeah, bye.
Thank God he's no, I'm just kidding. that would be cruel and horrible if you're just like, oh, finally. No, I really am stoked to see Corey, and it's like, honestly, man, that guy's had a rough year, and good guy, like, doesn't deserve all this crap that's been happening.
Yeah.
But the thing that always inspires me about Corey is he just like continues to put out art and like be inspired and chase inspiration and stuff. And I think that's awesome. So, yeah. I am getting a little further on my page.
Cool.
Just doing flats. My worry is that last panel is going to be a nightmare.
That looks like the funnest one to me.
What's up?
That looks like the funnest one to me.
I mean, it'll be fun. Like that, I like the end result. It's weird with art. It's like I kind of enjoy the process, but I tend to like not. I tend to like the end result. I've gotten better at enjoying the process, but especially with something like flat coloring, I like the result, but not the process. It's just a pain in the butt. Then again, it's kind of fun to make color choices and selections, and I do enjoy the part where you're almost done with it and you start seeing it kind of come together. I don't know if you guys, kind of have that.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there is definitely that kind of element to it where it is fun. Like once you start seeing everything, like once you have like a good percentage of flats in there and you're like, oh my gosh, it's actually like looking better, that's a fun moment. But yeah, I do think art tends to be kind of labor, even though it's like it can be fun labor, but it's all work. I don't know, yeah.
And Philip says no real artist uses Sharpies. I think he was joking a bit, but what do people think about using Sharpies? Well, this is not a Sharpie. This is an alcohol marker, but
For like signing,
I guess like for something like this.
I think for signing, Sharpies are great. Like Sharpies are great. They're permanent. They're quick. They're cheap. Something I like to do lately with signing is I will have like a couple Sharpies with me, but I also usually will like have one tone of like Copic, so that I can kind of do like a little drawing and then tone it real quick because it adds like a little touch to it that's like special for people, and it really like just adding like one little tone of color like really makes like a quicker sketch look very finished. It's kind of like the one color trick with black and white art, where if you add like just like a blue tone to black and white art, it just makes it look a lot more rich and developed than it really is. I don't know. That's my answer. What about you, Adam? Are you anti Sharpies?
I am very much anti-Sharpie.
Yeah.
For like
everything.
art.
Everything.
For everything.
Yeah.
Just not even signing.
Like Adam, like literally protests Sharpies on the weekends.
No, I will say I think there's certain, like if you're doing a signature and like you're just doing a fun quick doodle like that, that's perfect for Sharpies.
Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm kind of reiterating what Josh said. But for me personally, I don't love the way I feel like a Sharpie line has sort of a bleed to it that just I don't really love how it looks. But I don't know that I would use a Sharpie much for like finished artwork that isn't just sort of a fun doodle or a sketch or something.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
agree. I think Sharpies are great for like signatures. I don't think, and also there are some really great metallic Sharpies that dry super fast, and that's good too if like you want to have like a gold or a silver signature. Let's say you're doing like superhero comics and stuff. That's usually pretty standard for like
Yeah.
collectible comics to have like a metallic sheen to the signature, and so like that's where Sharpies are great. But like, yeah, for final art, I feel like. Yeah, I agree with Adam on that for sure because it's just not the
Yeah.
best, you know. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
me too. But
started doing comics trying to do them in Sharpies because I just disregarded what like my college professors said about it and stuff. I was just like, I'm gonna do these in Sharpies because I can, and then I learned like every artist learns like it's just not. Yeah. What about you, Frank?
yeah, like for I yeah, for something like this, like you know, it's fine. It's not something you're not gonna put this by a window. And it is not Sharpies, it's like a alcohol marker. But I think for signatures it's fine. And I do try to I should get more of the metallic markers. I like how those look better. But yeah, for art, and I think I learned it from like Scott Circle, and he was talking about it. It's not light fast, the Sharpies. So and even using like they get a little purpley. So like for regular art, I wouldn't use it anymore. I think as a kid I did, but um, that's what
Yeah,
I'm
it also
using.
dries out super quick, and like the second
Yeah,
you have the tip of a Sharpie kind of start drying out, like it's just like it's so much better to just use like a brush or like you know especially for fills like if you're doing large areas of color with like a tiny little Sharpie you're gonna end up with that like weird banding that happens and
yeah,
yeah it's like in general like I know there's people who like use markers for finished art and I'm not you know judgmental of that at all because like use whatever works but I tend to think like a lot of the time markers are gonna just have like less of a finished look for like final art, you know. And that's not to say that there aren't exceptions to that. Like I know I've seen some artists that do stuff with marker that is just insane and awesome, you know. But in general, I think marker is like meant for different things, you know. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's my take on it.
Doesn't Mike Mignola use Sharpies every once in a while? I feel like maybe I just saw like a convention video. But I've seen some artists do, like in other words, for me at least, to get Sharpie markers to look good would take a lot of extra work. I feel like, but it seems like some artists just their style lends themselves to it, or they're able to use a Sharpie in a way that doesn't just look kind of crappy.
Yeah, and I think that's true too. Like it's going to be like the style that determines it too, you know. There is like a certain look to Sharpies. Like if you're doing like I know this is going to sound corny, but it's like I do have friends who, you know, would do like graphics and like literally bomb buildings and not like with bombs, but like bombing, you know, like spray painting and doing a lot of like kind of street art. And like in those cases, like Sharpies are kind of ideal because they're quick, they're available everywhere, they're permanent, and like you can get like a lot of thick, thin line variation. It's just again like you know if you are, I think if you were gonna do Sharpies, you just need to stock up on like 20 of them. You know, so like the second that felt, because I just don't like felt tips anything. Like I don't like the felt tip. It's just weird. But for signatures, it's great. You know, and you're right. Like I think it's like a great guitarist could play like a $50 guitar and make it sound like a $2,000 guitar. I think a great artist could probably like an artist better than me could probably take like a Sharpie and just do like wonders with it, you know? But for me, I'm with Adam on that. I'm with Adam. That's my t-shirt today. That sounds like a political statement or something.
I don't know him from Adam Lord, that is.
Quit joshing us, Frank. I mean, to be frank, Adam. Did we just run through all of them? There's got to be another.
Well, the Alan Moore
Scott's streaming tomorrow.
Have you heard that before, Adam Moore? And
sometimes when I hear people, if people start to talk about Alan Moore, it almost like catches my ear. Like I almost think I heard my name sometimes.
So Adam,
I have noticed the similarity between our names. I will say that.
Yeah, on screen, like, you know, like you don't really appear on camera a lot. Do you happen to have like a very giant kind of wizard beard? Just out of curiosity.
No comment.
Okay.
I'm growing one out.
Yeah, do you like happen to wear like a lot of rings on your fingers, just like an absurd amount of rings on your fingers?
I don't wear any rings.
I love this. He's like, what are you? Suddenly the British accent starts coming out. It's like, oh my gosh, it's been him the whole time. No, that is weird. Like when
that sounded like a kid. Like, I didn't eat the sandwich.
Yeah.
I don't wear any rings.
What are you talking about?
As you're holding up your hand with rings.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so like Adam usually starts by saying not to be Alan Moore, but oh man, we're here all night, you guys. We're great comedians. Literally. And yeah, we're probably going to be drawing into the wee hours of the morning.
Oh yeah, Josh. Something I wanted to say earlier. You were saying. Oh, nice, Frank.
Hi, Frank.
You were saying it looks authentic, like it looks like authentic Game Boy graphics.
Yeah.
What's awesome about this is once I bring this into the program, it's no longer like trying to achieve authenticity. It's like it's no longer making fake video games. I'm no longer making a fake Nintendo game. I'm no longer trying to achieve an authentic look. No matter what, once it's in the software, it's going to be using the
it's like the same running software, so it by all means is a Game Boy game at that point. Right? Yeah. That's awesome.
I think knowing what I have to have it look like to import it well into the game is resulting in something that does look closer to what a authentic game like this for sure would be able to display just fine on a Game Boy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but that's something that's kind of cool about this. It's like I'm no longer emulating something. It really is a Game Boy game,
Yeah, I think that's ideal. That's pretty awesome too.
It's like me with the comics. I'm no longer emulating a comic creator. I'm a real comic creator.
Yeah, or like trying to get those print dots or something, like get a print dot effect in Photoshop. It's like, yeah, well, awesome. I have my comic book printed and it has the fucking dots there. Like it's no longer trying to achieve this authentic look. It really is printed out that way.
No, and that's actually a really good point. Like one of the fun things about setting up a really proper like line screen with an effective amount of like Ben-Day dot kind of looks, and patterns. It's like the second that's screen printed on a t-shirt, it is the same thing. It literally is. It's like they're going to be printing the color one at a time. And so it looks authentic because it is. It's crazy. I love that about art. I think that's cool when things become real. What was your favorite? Did you guys have Game Boy at all? Like growing up?
My brother had a Game Boy that I would play occasionally. One of the ones that I had the most fun with was Mario Land 2.
Nice.
Was one of the more fun ones. That's kind of the main one that I can think of. And just playing Tetris all the time. Yeah,
Tetris was excellent on the Game Boy.
Oh, we also had Super Game Boy, or Super Game Boy, where you could plug it, you could put the Game Boy cartridge into a Super Nintendo cartridge.
Oh, crazy.
And play it on Super Nintendo.
Oh, wow.
So now I'm remembering that. There was Link's Awakening, which is the Zelda game for Game Boy, also was one that I played a lot.
That's rad. I had a Spider-Man Maximum Carnage game.
There you go.
Where you fought Dr. Octopus or something, and it was interesting. And Carnage, of course.
There's a really cool, it's a Japanese-only game, but it's I've been playing this where I have
Only Japanese can play it.
Well, yeah, if you want to read what it says, but
my wife could read it.
I have. So, have you seen the Nintendo Classic or the Nintendo Mini, where it's like a miniature Nintendo with like 30 games on it you can get?
I have it. Yeah.
Oh, you have one of those. Okay, cool, awesome.
So anyway, that's like when I last. I'm not a gamer, you know, like and that was the last real game system I owned was a Nintendo Classic.
Oh, nice.
And then every other gaming scenario other than that was like maybe roommates early in college who would have a gaming system and then I would just play theirs. But I've never, because of my kind of addictive personality, like if I were to have like a gaming system beyond that, I would probably not be a cartoonist.
Oh,
because I'd just be wanting to beat the things, you know. Yeah. Anyhow, sorry.
Well, no, that's awesome. So I hacked my Nintendo Classic to be able to play Game Boy games.
Oh, sweet.
That's another way that I've that's my favorite way to play a Game Boy game is with a controller on a screen rather than as a handheld thing. So there's a couple games on there. There's a couple like Japanese only releases and stuff that are fun. But there's this one game called For the Frog, the Bell Tolls, which is a really cool Japanese only release. It's
That's pretty interesting.
My favorite ones.
Sounds cool. Yeah, I enjoy. I went down a rabbit hole with that emulator for NES, where I like part of why I wanted it was like Final Fantasy 1.
There you go.
Which I didn't follow the whole Final Fantasy series. I was just like, that was like, I remember hours and hours of playing that and trying to figure it out, and then spending the night at a friend's house, and they had a Nintendo Power that kind of had some walkthroughs, and I was like,
oh yeah,
wow, I wish I had Nintendo Power, because this is like explaining a bunch of stuff, you know. Yeah, and then just like the final moment of beating that game is like one of the most vivid gaming memories that I have from my childhood, where it was just like, it was a real achievement to like beat that game. Was like, just felt like, man, you had just accomplished something great, you know.
Yeah, I think
so
you and
I re-went through that recently and like got all the way to now I'm blanking out on his name, the you know, last guy after you get through like the little checkered room that's like the puzzle. So yeah, it was cool. It was good.
I think you and I have that in common, except for my experience is I never grasped the concept of a role-playing game as a kid. And it like I saw it as this like challenge, because I was like, what is wrong with me that like all these people around me can just like pick one of these things up when they're 7 years old and beat it, but I just can't even like get past the first like 10 minutes of it. So I took it as a challenge to like try to figure that out. But just like a couple years ago, I finally it took me a really freaking long time to beat that game.
Yeah.
And it was like a test of my patience too. It was a matter of just grasping the hang of what even a RPG is supposed to even be doing.
Yep.
Like why it's supposed to be fun and managing my stress tolerance and patience. Like, but yeah, that was a pretty big achievement for me to finally beat Final Fantasy.
Yeah, it was a fun thing, and it's like I was glad, like there were some things that I still remembered, you know, like I remembered the spot of like the level up forest and a lot of like little things that like I had to learn like through just crazy trial and error early on. But I still occasionally would have to reference online a little bit because I just have forgotten stuff. And I'm like, I don't have the like 10 years to like refigure this out, you know? But it was fun to like walk through it again. And because of that, my son saw me playing it. And for like the longest time, like he would walk around being like, like humming the music. And then he'd want to play Final Fantasy. And like we'd stand across from each other and do like a Nintendo fight, so we wouldn't actually do like a play fight. We'd just stand across and like cast spells at each other. It's kind of adorable, but he like really fell in love with like the 8-bit Final Fantasy, you know.
That's awesome.
Which is pretty rad. But yeah,
for me, it's kind of like, well, another thing is like I have a lot of. I mean, you've seen some of this. Like I have video game music soundtracks and now actual video games and also comic books that have a very major sort of Final Fantasy RPG influence.
Yeah.
From the music and the graphics, and just like I would sit and watch my brother play Final Fantasy for hours and hours and hours. But I felt like it would be better if I like I don't tend to like sit down and just read an actual fantasy novel, for example, or like I had never got the hang of a freaking RPG and ever been able to like play one for very long or beat it. So that was part of it too. It's like I felt like I wanted, for the sake of just, if I'm going to make an RPG, I should at least learn how to play an RPG.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and I think it's funny because it's like RPGs made a little more sense to me because I was just like a super nerd in junior high. Like, you know, I was the kid who, like, I remember I was reading Lord of the Rings in like 7th grade in the cafeteria. This is before this was a movie, right? And then the only movie that, you know, my generation wasn't really watching like the Rankin Bass version, you know, or whatever, like the like Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit animations.
Yeah.
And so like I was just this strange kid reading this book that like nobody was even reading books in general because there's like no Harry Potter at the time, or like kind of yeah, just kids my age were not reading. Like that was not a cool thing to do. And I remember being in a cafeteria and reading the part where Gandalf died, and not knowing the whole twist because there's no movie. And then of course my parents are like, my mom's an English teacher, so she's not going to give away a big twist. So I thought Gandalf was just dead and that was it. And I was like heartbroken. And I remember I couldn't help it because it was so like emotional that I like started choking up and crying a little bit in the cafeteria, and kind of trying to keep it to myself. And then this kid was like, dude, what are you crying about? And I'm like, this wizard Gandalf just died. And then I just never lived that down for like a month. Like I was made fun of for so long, where they're just like, this guy's reading a book about wizards named Gandalf. And anyhow, so yeah, and then
the tables
I was really into like
now.
Piers
That's
Anthony.
like street
Yeah.
cred.
Yeah, I was really into like Piers Anthony and Anne McCaffrey, and like there was a period of time, it's about that time where I like really liked like ultra violent superheroes. Like I just thought like the Punisher, even the Punisher was really cool to me for a little bit, you know. It's like just this weird, I think that's like when War Journal was coming out or something.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, there's for some reason just like anything like with anti-heroes or anything that was like epic fantasy was just like super compelling to me at a specific age. And then I ditched fantasy for a long time. I think the last great fantasy that I read as a young kid before I kind of ditched fantasy till like, you know, my 30s, I think, was like The Sandman. And then The Sandman just was like this whole gateway to indie comics for me, you know?
Oh, nice.
But The Sandman I would call like a great epic kind of fantasy novel. It's also a horror. Like I think the great thing about at least the comics, The Sandman, is they're kind of like multi-genre. Like technically it's a superhero book, but it like spans all different genres. Like where it's got horror, it's got like definite fantasy, some areas where it's science fiction. It's just all over the place with genre, you know. A lot of slice of life to it too. Like the whole death arc is kind of more of like a strange like slice of lifey comic. It's a really fascinating book. But anyhow, yeah, I was a nerd is my point. And I guess, yeah, you're right. The tables have turned. Like a lot of that is like in mainstream culture now, you know. And I mean, I love it, you know. Yeah.
Well, not just that it would be in mainstream culture, but it's like you're one of the people who actually read that book before the movies came out. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, it was
like,
the strange
that's like worth points now rather than the other way around.
Yeah, that's indie cred, I guess. Yeah, I knew that band before they were signed. Yeah, I'm a hipster. Yeah, but But
Well,
yeah,
you're what the hipsters are trying to emulate.
I guess.
I try to explain this to people all the time. Like
Yeah.
when we wear these like T-shirts of characters from the 80s, we're wearing them because we actually like those characters, not as a superficial fashion statement. That's what a hipster is, right?
Oh, you know what's funny, Adam? I think you'll dig this. My son, like, non-ironically, just fell in love with like Mario as a character. Right?
Oh,
he
yeah?
just thinks Mario's like the coolest thing. And so my sister works at this library, and we found this like old like Super Mario comic that has like a King Koopa wrap and all this stuff in it. And it just like, I don't know, it struck me as something you'd dig, is all I'm saying.
The King Koopa wrap.
Yeah, like it's like this Japanese artist like did these like, it's a collected graphic novel. So the funny thing is, I just like was weirded out by it because we borrowed it from the library because my son was like all into just the idea of Mario, right? And I was like, oh, it's like a Mario comic. And then the last time I was at Barnes and Noble, they actually sell like this exact graphic novel.
Is that the Mario comic that ran in Super Nintendo? Or
yes.
I mean Nintendo Power? Dude, that's such a good comic.
Yeah, it's so
that's like
silly.
one of my favorite comic books.
Yeah, like Koopa pretty much kidnaps Princess Peach and tries to marry her, and then there's a Koopa rap.
Okay, I forgot. I guess I can remember now that you say there's the rap. But I guess I kind of forgot about that. Doesn't Peach like dress up in drag in that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that's amazing. The comics in Nintendo Power were like freaking
Yeah, I think Luigi dresses as Peach. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I think it might be both.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of
it's like a gender swap thing.
Yeah, gender swapping. But yeah.
Yeah, those are great. Yeah, that was like a huge influence on me growing up, like just in terms of what I wanted to do, because like my brother got Nintendo Power magazine, and I love like the posters and the comics in there especially, and all just the artwork and stuff.
Yeah, that's awesome. I used to be a huge Darkwing Duck fan.
Yeah.
And so I used to get Disney Adventure magazine specifically for the Darkwing Duck comics that were in there. Yeah. So that's kind of a similar
Bone
thing.
At the time, or
Bone was a little after, like not much after my Darkwing Duck phase. It was a little bit after. But Bone, I think by the time I was in like 5th grade, I was buying Bone. So like when I started buying Bone, there was one collected, maybe 2 collected graphic novels out.
Wow.
And this is the cartoon books ones. And I used to, like, there were no indie comic stores near me. And I literally picked it up because of Wizard Magazine. They did like a feature on Bone.
Yeah. That's what got me hooked on Bone too.
Yeah, and previews too. And I just like the art so much that I like literally cut them out of the Wizard Magazine and like taped them in my walls. You know, and like, yeah, it's but yeah, so I used to, like, anytime we were in LA, I would stop by this store at the time that had a giant thing at the top of it. Like the Thing from Fantastic Four, and it was called the Fantastic Store. And they would have Bone. And then eventually I found Golden Apple, which always had Bone. And so, like, but those were like the only stores that I knew of at the time that sold this like weird book. I didn't even really know what indie comics were at that point, you know. I you know what? That must have been 5th grade when I started reading Bone. So it's a good age to like get into that, you know. But it was such a cool book. The thing that sold me on it was the first bit with the snow. The winter falls really fast bit. That just sold me on it. I was like, okay, I love this, like the cartoon style. Yeah. So
I had a hard time. From my memory, the first Bone book that I read was the 3rd one, because I couldn't find the first 2.
They were really hard to track down because, like, at least cartoon books, they would do, you know, runs that were considered small runs at the time because this was during the boom. So, like, you know, he's only running like 30,000 copies, you know, so it's like these are small runs.
But like, so
they would sell out like real quick, and it
Yeah.
would, you know, it would be really hard to get a hold of even the graphic novels, you know, because they were like first editions, just done.
Well, it was really interesting to start on book 3 because it was like I didn't really know exactly what was happening, and they would make references to stuff. So then when I went back and read, so like the Great Cow Race, for example, I didn't know that was a real thing. I thought it was just like a throwaway gag or so. You know what I mean? Like I didn't know it was a whole book about this cow race. So it's just like, it's kind of an interesting order to read it in. It was like
that would be
going back and revealing the foundational parts of the story, you know.
I can understand that. I kind of had that experience with the Sandman, you know, where I think my first experience reading the Sandman was Death, the High Cost of Living. And then from there, like delving into all like any issues I could find and sort of piecing it back to like a through line, you know. That's an interesting way to discover stuff, you know.
I considered doing a comic book series like that where I wrote it in that order.
You wrote it backwards?
Well, just like kind of start in the middle and then reveal things like out of sequence. But
yeah, I kind of like messing with sequence. I don't do that as often. I think Jacob's Apartment just kind of proceeds from like start to finish. There is a little bit of like childhood sequences in it, but two stories, as you guys know, like that kind of starts at the end and then works its way to the beginning, which is kind of an interesting way to build stuff, you know, where you can kind of have like little flashes of different moments. But yeah, that's an interesting way to write, you know. I think that could be really cool.
Yeah, I played around with that idea there's like one major part of this major comic project I kind of always allude to, my big magnum opus. There was a period where I was like, it was like a drastic change where I was going to do it at a sequence like that, but then I just decided again, it works better in order, but there's a certain part of the story that lends itself to like kind of skipping around. But
I could see that. I mean, it sounds cool though. It sounds very cool. I was starting to feel a little zonked, and then I realized that we're at the 3-hour mark. It's like my body's like clockwork with this. So I'm gonna, if it's okay with you guys, I want to play the Jacob's Apartment trailer real quick while I get a refill of coffee, and then we'll come back and let everybody know where to find your stuff after. So
sweet.
Here we go. Jacob's Apartment. This is the trailer for. It's going to say May on the trailer, but this book is out currently, and you guys should all get a copy of it. And here is why. And I'll be right back. Speak clearly, it seems that only in dreams can we've seen and walk around breathing I don't know the part to play in this heart of mine. There's dissonant things, they split at the seams. All right, so here we are.
And
we're at hour 3. It's a good time to kind of plug your stuff. If you guys haven't, obviously hit subscribe, hit the bell so you get notifications when I'm about to go live, and you know, consider picking up that thing you just watched the trailer for, Jacob's Apartment. Now, Frank, where can everybody find your newly printed comic that you're working on doing signatures and custom drawings for?
Yeah, so right now you can just DM me on Instagram or Facebook Messenger, and I'll send you a PayPal link. If you live in the US, that is preferred, so I don't have to charge an arm and a leg for shipping. But but $20 gets this sent to you, and this I just did Josh's, so
Sweet.
this is so I'm just gonna stay here, and I'll be mailing that out soon. And so yeah, but you can also
Exciting.
check my Etsy. You can check out the mini comics that kind of started this, and so you kind of compare. This is in full color and a bigger size. So be nice to have the DIY version and the more professional version. So check it out.
I love it. Adam, where can everybody follow your awesome artistic pursuits? First, I guess, like where can they check you out on YouTube, and then where can they get your comics as well?
Yeah, so I just kind of recently started back up on doing some YouTube videos more frequently on my YouTube channel, which is just my name, Adam Lore. And you can get my first Toad Road Comics comic book at toadroadcomics.com. And currently it just kind of links to the Indie Planet page, which is where you can order a printed copy of that. And I may at some point update it to where you can just like read little samples and stuff on there. But toadroadcomics.com is kind of the main thing I'm plugging right now.
I love it. Cool. Yeah. So how are you guys doing?
Doing all right.
Good. Yeah, I'm actually dozing off a bit, so I might leave in a little bit, but I'll stay on for a few minutes.
Oh yeah, there's no pressure, man. I mean, like I'm literally just going till 2, but no one is
nice.
under obligation to stay. You know.
I was sleeping during the day for the most part, so I'm pretty up and at 'em.
Nice, and I'm just not sleeping, so there's that. But by choice, it's a good problem to have. It's an interesting thing, like this kind of juggle where it's like I'm kind of like attempting to do like the output level that like somebody doing a monthly would have to do, and it is work.
Yeah,
on top of work, you know. I think if that were my only thing, I could easily maintain that schedule. But that being on top of a full-time thing is a bit heavy, but also kind of a fun challenge.
Family stuff too. You got to.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and it's like a collective effort. Like my wife is really cool, and she's an artist herself, so like she kind of understands like this is like crunch time.
That's good. Yeah, that's good to have that.
Yeah, and I still like hang with my kid and stuff like that, but it's like, yeah, it definitely art costs something. It always does.
Well, I think doing consecutive, like if you do a page a day, that's not. If you did one page in one day, that's not that impressive. If you did a page a day for 30 days in a row, that's like pretty freaking impressive. If you do a page a day for most of the year, like I feel like it becomes like more impressive the longer you go, because at least for me, it's like after I do a big chunk of stuff, I just need a huge break from it. Yeah. It's like shooting in basketball, like shooting 30 hoops in a row, like making 30 baskets in a row versus just occasionally making one. It becomes like harder and harder to just go forever.
Yeah, it's an interesting challenge, but I think it's like a good practice to like kind of daily work on comics anyway. But it's like to sort of to try to kind of up the ante, I think is pretty fun, but it's like it is interesting because it's like I'm already working like quite a bit quicker than I usually do. And so I think it's partially because the style allows me to kind of skip inks, which is kind of nice. So like what's penciled is inked. So that's like one phase cut out of the process. But I do kind of wonder sometimes if I've just sort of compensated for that with more work on the rendering. So I don't know, but I'm liking the results and I like how the pages are coming out. And I always am a firm believer in the idea of like slow and steady with with comics, because they do add up and like eventually you get there and it feels really cool. Like, because graphic novels in themselves are kind of impossibilities when you think about them, I at least I feel like that. I don't know if you guys have that when you approach comics, but they always kind of seem impossible, and you kind of carve away at them, and the next thing you know, you kind of have one, and a lot of it's just that war of sticking with it, which is like quite the war at some points, because you're right. It's like trying to play basketball, but like on the clock, it's for like a year, for a whole season,
Another thing for
but
me,
it's fun.
I've noticed that will like cause me to. We kind of talked about this recently about like I just tend to. I have a lot of types of things I want to do and a lot of different projects that that's sort of my goal in the first place.
Yeah.
But not only that, even if I am trying to stick to something, sometimes it's just it's like the association of something bad that's going on in my life at that time. I just want to get away from that project because it reminds me too much of a certain time period or something.
Yeah.
So it's like it's just a way, like a psychological break, get away from this, keeps reminding me of this thing that's going on. And I can like switch it up and go just do something, go work on an album or something, just completely do something completely different and take my mind off of where my headspace had been the past couple months.
Yeah.
So I find that is something too that I try to balance, where it's like, I don't know, I got to let that not phase me as much where.
Well, it's, some of that is like within our control and some of it's not, and it's like at the end of the day, like comics are not worth your life. Right. So, like obviously like mental health and stuff should be like of primary concern. Like even when Jim was kind of jokingly doing like an intervention or whatever, right? It's like, there is some truth to the concern of like burnout. And it is like why, when I set something like for me, it's like I know I can work and push myself to like go to 2. If I have too many days where I go beyond that, and now I'm functioning on sleep where I, slept less than 4 hours or something, that will add up and burn me out. Like, and then I won't be productive for like a month or for a week.
Right.
And you like lose more than you gain in that scenario. So it's like, it is this weird dilemma, but it's really cool. Like I do feel like some really fun stuff's been happening. There's some stuff I can't share. Like my lit agent introduced me to a writer who's sold over like millions of books, and worked on a property that I saw growing up as a kid. And like might actually be interested in collaborating in June on something. And that's just kind of opened up. And that specifically, that could be like a Hollywood type thing. One thing you learn working in LA is like, there's a lot of those moments of like, yeah, we'll work on something, and then like it never happens.
Right.
Or there's a lot of things where like, I've had friends who've had like pitch meetings at like Netflix and stuff, and it's like this huge thing, and then nothing comes out of it. So that's very Hollywood, where it's like there's a lot of like talk and not always action. So it could be that, but it's been an interesting experience because like it's a first for me, and I'm kind of excited about the prospect. But again, it's like I'll only really get that reward if I nail this one, if that is a reward that comes from it.
The Kid Josh Netflix series you were telling me about?
No. This is like a whole different thing. It's like a no. That would be hilarious. No, it's just a writer who like is interested in us maybe co-creating something in the future.
Oh, cool.
Who's a, like not like, some rock star or something, but it has successfully sold books and has like a pretty big following. So it's
Cool.
It's just kind of interesting if that goes somewhere, But again, it's like those things. Like I don't know. That's the part that kind of I think is interesting about this whole thing. Jim was talking about it too. It's like there's just this weird thing that happens when you stick through and finish stuff. Like it just starts. I don't know. At least it doesn't. It's not guaranteed, but I do think like it starts to kind of like weird things start happening if you stick with it. It's kind of a weird thing. Not for everyone, but at least that's what I've noticed. It's like you're almost like rewarded by being persistent. It's very strange. But it's very much a test of patience, and there are times where, you definitely, at least for me, I definitely have days where I'm like the last thing I want to do is like sit down and work, So, I don't know.
Wow.
But it's been a year. Like the last few years have felt like really cool for that. I forgot to mention that Philip. I know Philip watches these after the fact too. So Philip, thanks for coming in the chats. I'm sorry I missed you saying bye, but thank you for hanging in there and hanging out with us and working on your stuff. While we're here. It's Philip's a cool dude. So I just wanted to call that out. But yeah, I don't know if that makes sense, but it's just like a weird thing that's been happening more and more. The more of these things I get done,
You calling it a night, Frank?
Yeah, I gotta wake up in the morning, go to the post office, and other stuff out, and I'm falling asleep.
Yeah, Frank, you gotta get some rest. Thanks for hanging out. You guys should definitely consider supporting Frank and hitting him up. Picking up a copy of this beautifully offset comic.
Yeah,
there's limited copies, so as soon as possible. So
it's true. Yeah, we don't want that quantity to run out before you can get yourself a copy. So support Frank. Also, Frank's a good mod on this channel and really a good member of our community and just like a cool dude. So like, you get two benefits from it. You get to support somebody who's a pretty cool person and then also support their work. So yeah, make that happen. All right, Frank, well, have a good night, man. Get some rest.
Good night. All right.
See you, Frank.
See ya. I can leave.
Yeah, we've locked you in here, Frank. He can never leave. Yeah, that was Frank Salazar. That was fun. How's your game coming?
Slowly but surely. I'm just once I finish this lettering right here, these three armadillo graphics should be pretty much done.
Nice. That's great, but don't call me Shirley. But
well, I have to import it and see. I don't know. Hopefully, it doesn't like screw everything up by importing it.
Yeah, that sounds fun. Like I think it's got to be kind of cool to like go from like a mock-up to an actual, game. Like that's got to be a pretty fun experience.
It's like this is the thing is like I probably would be working on comics right now if it wasn't for there's something about the interactivity of video games and the the motion and the sound of video that I've just been kind of craving that lately, where it's like this is really satisfying. That where it's like comics will probably always be my favorite number one medium, but there's something about making a video game that satisfies these other things that I feel like I'm always kind of like a lot of times you're trying to get, well, I assume that most artists are trying to do this when you're doing a comic is you try to get it to feel like it's happening. You're trying to give the feeling of sound without sound, you're trying to give the feeling of motion without real motion. Sometimes to just actually have sound and motion and have interactivity on top of that, it's very fulfilling.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. And I think, like, you know, everybody's gonna have their own sort of artistic journey, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like, for some people, like, their thing, well, oh my gosh, now I'm gonna rehash the Wizard Van thing that you played on your stream the other day. I had completely forgotten about that talk, but it's like, I do think there's some truth to, like, you know, some people just need to, like, you know, splatter paint on a canvas, you know.
Yeah.
Some people need to do like abstract modernist paintings. Some people need to do life paintings or life drawings. Some people need to tell stories as novels. You know, some people need to do video games. I think we all have different callings and different things we're going to do. I think the only time it gets difficult is if you're like sort of ignoring the thing you need to do, you know, whatever that is.
Yeah.
So I think, yeah, I mean, that's my own philosophy on it. But then again, I have a thing I need to do right now, and man, it would be fun to ignore. Although I'm enjoying it. And again, like, I don't know if this is unique, but it's like, I don't enjoy the process as much as the moment where you finish and you're like, hey, that actually came out pretty awesome, you know?
Well, have you always found that, like, if you were not doing this much work, would you maybe enjoy the process a little more because it's just not so much work to do, so much, like, the actual, just the amount of labor involved?
I think I like a challenge. I think that's part of it. Like, I think the impossibility of comics is why I keep with comics.
Yeah.
I think I like, I'm trying to think what it is. I think I really enjoy drawing. Like, one of my favorite things in the world is just if I like have no deadlines or anything, and I can just like sit in a cafe and just sketch people. I should actually take a photo or a scan of like when I was at Barnes and Noble, that was super fun, like doing the signing, because when I wasn't signing, like, it's not like a convention where you have to stand, you know, to like engage with people. And so I just sat and just sketched people because I'm like, this is awesome. Like, I have a chair at a bookstore that's packed with people, not all there to get signatures from me, you know. They're just there to like shop. And so it's like a perfect life drawing moment where I'm like, wow, I can just like sketch people as they walk by or they're in line for books. And I just filled a page with just like drawings of people. It was like, it's super meditative and fun. So there is a part of me that just really enjoys like drawing with no restrictions, where you're just like, especially observational drawing. I find it very meditative and fun. But even with music, there's something about my personality that's never been fun. Like, it's never been fun for me to just play at something. I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh, well, if you mean what I think you mean, I think I might be the exact same way, where I've gotten together with friends and try to do like form a band or something, and they just like sitting there playing around the whole time without an objective towards like writing an album worth of songs and recording it or something.
Yes.
Like, to me, it's like, this is fun every once in a while, but this is like literally a waste of my fucking life. Like, I can't stand it. Like, it drives me crazy.
Yeah. I like, so for me, like, the thing that drove me like to learn music was like not like just getting proficient at the guitar, but it's like the second I learned a few chords, it was like, I'm gonna write songs.
Yeah.
And then I was always the weird guy who I didn't really like doing like covers. I'd like find a part of a song like you know, I'd hear like a hammer on or something and be like, okay, how is that done? Like, and I'd learn that one part of the song so I could learn that tool so that I could apply it to my own stuff. Even though, like, honestly, you know, when I was younger, if we had just done covers, like, we would have gotten a bigger draw for our shows, right? Because everybody likes songs they already like, you know? But yeah, like that just wasn't interesting to me. Like that wouldn't keep me engaged. Like I'd get pretty bored with that pretty quick. So like in music, I'm similar to what you described, where it's like I need to have like an objective. Like we're either writing a song or we're practicing for a show
Right.
or we're looking for shows or we're recording an album and then we're going to release that album. Like to me, that's interesting. But just playing around while I have fun with it, it drives me nuts eventually. And so like I'm
it's
definitely
fun. Like it's really important to do that occasionally, where you just
Yes.
have a night where you're just having fun, you're goofing off, and it's not
Yeah.
everything isn't serious. And what are we going to do? And you know, like that is important. But
yeah.
I don't know. I can't.
Yeah, and I can jam. Like I've definitely had those moments where you're like playing with other people and you get kind of lost and you seek stuff out and you discover
Sure, yeah.
stuff. But it's like I definitely I just have never been a guy who can just kind of play. And I'm kind of the same way with art, where it's like I do my best art when I have an objective, and it usually has to be a pretty ambitious objective. Like sometimes it needs to be almost impossible. And then to me, that's really interesting. Whereas like just doing single illustrations, like I can do that, you know, and it just does. It's not that I don't appreciate or love illustration. I mean, I majored in illustration, you know, it's like a real passion of mine, but still it's almost like I can lose interest in that. So yeah, and also I just want to make some comics, and we have limited time, so that's the key. Is like with the limited time I have, I want to make comics. Like that's what I want to have some more books, and it's weird because it's like it might be a slight addiction because it's like I have 2 graphic novels, and yet like I want this third one now. You know, that's like a weird thing where it's like I didn't like finish the first one and go, aha, I've arrived.
You already have stuff that you wanted to do, right? Like, in other words, you're not just like, or are you just kind of generating new ideas to find something to do? Or do you have like a story that you've been wanting to tell and that's been your plan to do it?
Oh yeah, I have a bunch of stories that I want to tell.
Yeah.
And it's just like I think that's what it comes down to for the majority of it, is like just the reality of like if I try to tell every story at once, I'm not going to tell any stories. And so this is the one, you know, set of stories that I want to tell. But even like with this specific story that's like a collaborative thing, it's just so good I had to do it. Like it was like worth putting my own story aside because it's just like I want a piece of this. Like it's something that needs to be in the world, and like I am lucky to be a part of it, you know. And then again, like it might just be a book that like 5 people buy, but it's like it's going to be a really cool book that 5 people buy, and I'll feel better about that than like, you know, stuff I do for my day job that like is generating, you know, millions. It's like no, I'd rather. Like I feel way more fulfilled by like a really good book that like only 3 people bought, you know. If it's good, if it's like I can tell it and I know it's sincerely good, you know. But yeah, I don't think I ever arrive or go like, well, I'm done now, you know. It's like I actually just want a bunch of books. Like I want to do a bunch of books, and I want them to be beautiful books, you know.
Do you start to feel at all like books are just antiquated technology at this point?
Well, it's kind of weird because there's like different ways of assessing value, you know? And I think that the value of like good stories has to be beyond like monetary, you know? There's just something about art that that sometimes is like way beyond just like a commercial thing.
Right.
So in that sense, I don't think books will ever be antiquated. You know, kind of like, you know, there's like synth, you know, music. There's, you know, but by all means, a guitar is kind of an outdated instrument. But like anytime they try to like modernize and like modify like a great electric guitar, it's like there's still the two go-tos, you know, that just seem to transcend, where like Les Paul's, like the design doesn't change, and when it does, they end up going back to that
Oh yeah.
original. And it's the same with like a Telecaster. It's like the most basic build of an electric guitar you can have. It's one of the first I think it is like the first solid body electric guitar, and the most current Telecasters that are the best playing are really just like a very slight tweak away from like the originals. It's like it hasn't changed much. The electronics are super simple. I mean, a Telecaster doesn't like, you know, it doesn't even have that many knobs. It doesn't have as many pickups as like a Strat.
Yeah.
And for some reason, that's just a tried and true guitar that like people still play. And
Well, like,
yeah.
do you feel like a newspaper is antiquated at this point, or at least a lot more antiquated than it was when we were growing up?
100%, yeah.
Like, I feel like I'm starting to feel that more and more, just like printed comics, books, the format, other than I guess graphic novels, though, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think I just think with books it's different. I mean, you know, for other, obviously this is just my own thought on it. It's like for other people they could be, you know, I think there's a good chunk of people who think books are just, you know, terrible. Like environmentally, it's not always the best thing, you know.
I see what you mean.
You know, it's like there's reasons that one could easily like make a case for like books being antiquated and stuff. I just think there's an art to print. I don't think that art was really on exhibit. Like if we're talking about like the era of like Little Nemo and Slumberland being, you know, a comic, like, yeah, that would be a thing worth preserving if it still existed. But it's like, I think for like most newspapers, it's like, it's not like a Sendak book where it's like printed on French paper and there's like this just effort and love to like every color and their Pantone matching. And it's like, there's a print art form to it. Whereas like, you know, with a newspaper in tradition, it's just like a web press that's just spitting out ink, you know, as cheaply and as efficiently and quickly as possible. Although I still like newspapers. I don't know, you know, that's a good question, honestly.
Well, my question isn't to you if you've just given up on books.
Yeah, just if they're antiquated. Yeah.
But don't you feel like let me try to think of an example. I don't know. I just maybe I'm not articulating myself as well as I intend to, but I've felt that with what is going on with newspaper comic strips, where when I was growing up, like that was exciting. You know, that was like people knew what Calvin and Hobbes and the Far Side was. Not just
and every cartoonist knew
obscure reference or something. It was like all over the place.
Yeah, and every cartoonist for a long time knew like the names of like the 5 syndicates that you'd get, you know, your deal through, right? Which
well, even not
barely
just
exists
a cartoonist to know what it was. It was like everyone knew what that was. But now it's like the idea of like even just the past 5 years compared to the previous years, it just seems even more just ancient, you know?
Yeah, but it's so weird, right? Because on the same token, you know, it's like a good chunk of kids know who Raina Telgemeier is.
You go. That's a good point.
It's like, or like Gene Yang, like getting like, what did he get? Like the Pulitzer or something? I can't remember. It was one of those big, and the MacArthur Genius Grant.
Oh, nice.
You know,
but I feel like individual issues of superhero comics, for example, are in a similar category where it's just like it's no longer it's kind of like an outdated format, or I don't know if I want to say outdated, but it's just no longer, it's like a specialty now. It's like a special issue.
It's a niche. It's kind of like a vinyl record at this point.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. But I think I don't really buy single issues very often. I tend to buy trades and graphic novels. And that's just like for practicality's sake, and also because it's a bigger story arc. And like, honestly, like, yeah, I don't really buy floppy comics unless they're really independent and they're done by friends or I'm at a convention, Yeah. But I don't tend to go out of my way to buy like floppy comics. And I am a big believer in the idea of like, I think graphic novels are where comics should be. I kind of agree with Will Eisner. A lot of his takes on comics, I think, hold up. That's my own take, Like, I think cartoonists should be trying to take comics. Obviously, I have a duality about it, right? Because there's a part of me that like loves superhero stuff. That's what got me into comics,
Sure.
But there's also a part of me that feels like we need to transcend comics only being, that. Like, I mean, there's guys like Will who are trying so hard to move comics in like a literary direction. And I feel like it's great that like the comics that I liked as a kid are like being clung to as like a form of the medium, and like that should continue. But it's like when everybody's ambition in comics is just to be like one branch of literature, like that bums me out. Like I think we need to really be, I don't know. I think comics like really do need to stretch, and I think they do. I think it's starting to happen, but it's like, I would like to see, yeah, I kind of agree with Daniel Klaus about it, where I'd probably be a little more bent out of shape about superhero comics, except that, I look at like superhero movies and they're everywhere, and I love superhero comics, but it's like, it does get annoying when you're trying to push like, like a literary comic, and then people are like, yeah, but I just kind of want Spider-Man with a different costume, I don't know. I don't know if that answers your question.
I think it's a big question. There's a lot connected to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think like, I think that goes beyond just superhero stuff. I think that people like, like I love Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and like, but like riffing on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and then having it be like middle-aged mutant, whatever things, like, you know what I mean? Like just doing the endless riff on the same thing where it's like, I like this property, I like this property, this is these two properties. And I've done a log line like that, like for my pitch, like where I talk about like two movies that my comic can kind of feel like, right? Because that is a good point. It's kind of like telling somebody about a band. Like if I told somebody, let's say somebody was like really into early Weezer, right?
Yeah.
Then like I can think of like 5 bands that like Weezer was influenced by or sounds like Weezer. Like there's a chance they'd probably be really into Pavement. There's a chance they'd probably like maybe dig like the Pixies. If I wanted to get them into the Pixies, I'd probably give them like Surfer Rosa, because like there's songs on there that like Blue Album was super inspired by. So like, you know what I mean? Like it wouldn't hurt to say, hey, if you like Weezer's early stuff, like you'd probably be into this, And it doesn't mean it's a replica. It's just a point of contact for people to kind of go, oh, I might like that, right? But there is a whole world of like in comics, like people just recycling Batman with a different costume, telling the same exact story and being like, but this guy's like Batman, but extra violent or whatever. And it's like, I'm not saying there isn't room for that. It's just, I wish there were like a desire for more than that, in comics, which I think there is. I just think it's like, it can be very much a fight against the kind of norm on that. But I also think comics are such a small medium. We shouldn't be like infighting. We should be like collectively like building up all comics, So
Are you talking about a specific work?
No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no. For me, it's like it's more just like a feeling, like a feeling you get at like. I didn't get that at TCAF, but like most Comic Cons that I sign at
Oh, I
or
see.
go
Okay,
to,
yeah.
like,
'Cause you've been doing conventions and stuff.
yeah, so you'll see at a convention like the stuff that people want, or just like comic stores and stuff. When you do comic store, you just overhear people browsing the aisles and see what they're
Yeah.
drawn to, and literally it's not just the creators that are causing that kind of to happen. It's like literally you'll hear a customer's like, yeah, this is great because it seems like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles but like violent, or this is great because it's like a twisted Batman, or I really like Frazetta, and this looks like Frazetta, so I'm going to buy it because I like Frazetta. And it's like, but like, isn't there a desire for other things? And when I ask that, I'm not saying I have a solution for it or like I'm better than it, because I definitely have those moments too, where it's like, hey man, like I like Stranger Things, right? And Stranger Things is like referencing a bunch of stuff I already love, but I do like that show. It's a good show, so
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't have an objective in this conversation. I was just kind of riffing on what you brought up,
I guess my sort of starting point at least was, I don't know that I'm necessarily saying that printed comics, besides graphic novels as an art form, are fully outdated at this point. But I just lately have been feeling that more and more, that it feels more and more outdated, especially just the past 3-4 years, maybe, for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, I think
similar with animation too. I feel like so much stuff that I grew up with, it's like I grew up with it just in time for it to become this retro format that is like no longer exists anywhere, or there's just like a specialty retro thing, that people like refer back to occasionally.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I can definitely say like things have shifted. You're right in the sense of, especially like newspaper comics, like,
well, I feel
that's a rough industry.
Like actual like 2D animation is outdated.
Yeah.
Pixel based video games is outdated. Comic strips are outdated. Comic books that aren't graphic novels are outdated. Like just almost everything.
Even graphic novels, even novels, like printed books, are kind of outdated.
Well, yeah, novels have been outdated for hundreds of years.
But then the beauty of it is like there's still a market and a desire for it, and it's like more of like an art.
I feel like I should try to articulate better, because like the vinyl thing is a good example. I think vinyl was outdated. I mean, probably before I was born. I don't know, when did vinyl become outdated? But it's like vinyl albums are really valuable and respected still, and it's like sort of a resurgence of it. But it's like,
yeah, and what's funny is like there was an era where like nobody was doing vinyl, and now like bands usually are going to do digital releases or vinyl. Like that's it, like, and so it's like, and if you talk to bands about like CDs, they're like, I don't know, like who has a CD player, right? But it's like, they release vinyl of like almost every major release,
Yeah. It's become, I feel like we were having this conversation the other day, and I was trying to think of the same word. There's like, it's like a luxury.
Yeah.
Like a actual comic book is becoming almost like a luxury item.
Yeah, it's kind of like a fine whiskey, where it's like you've got cheap whiskeys everywhere. But then there's this fine whiskey that like somebody really likes whiskey, they're going to take the time to like buy a good whiskey, right? It's like that. It's got like a niche to it. And I think even, graphic novels are like exploding in the young adult literature space. There's still a growing market in books, but it's like funny, even in books, like, Stephen King is always going to be like best-selling novels, right? Tom Clancy is like going to be like the best-selling novel guy. Like you know. But like, you're not everybody's gonna have like a Catcher in the Rye that's like writing that type of stuff, you know. That's always a longer shot, like it always has been, you know. And you know, I don't know if that makes sense. It's like Citizen Kane wasn't always going to do as well as something like a comedy romp that's still a good movie, but like Some Like It Hot, like that sold really well at the time. That's still a classic now.
Yeah.
You know, but Citizen Kane just bombed. You know.
Oh,
so it's
really?
like,
I don't know if I knew that.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it partially bombed because like William Randolph Hearst like designed it to bomb because he was offended by it, and then pretty much destroyed Orson Welles' career. But it's because that movie was like an insult to him. Like, yeah. But anyhow, like, yeah, it's, I don't know. So it's a weird thing, you know. It's like I don't like the orange in the sky. I probably shouldn't be getting into the color holds yet, but it's so fun to do the color holds. I'm going to do the color holds, Adam. I'm holding this color.
I always feel that way about color holds. Like, I wish I would just take the additional time to always do color holds. I love them.
Well, I've limited it for skies, and then other than like the case of like skies or fire or water, I am only allowed to use white for rendering. On top of like, otherwise it's just got to be the line that's doing the rendering over flats. So I have that limitation, kind of like what you were talking about with the freedom you have with like limitations for like pixel art, or 8-bit art. It's like the same kind of thing. So where that like limitation like kind of frees me up to get creative.
Yeah.
But I'm at that point in the process where it might be a little early to do some color holds, but I want to see it. So I'm jumping ahead.
Oh, I see. That point in the process, not whether you were going to do them at all.
Yeah, just like it might be better for me to like finish all my flats first, but it's like I just want to see it to see if it's working. So I think it will. But yeah, it's an interesting thing when like the things you love, you know, are not always like the most. I don't know. Yeah, it is interesting when things get kind of not irrelevant, just like niche, you know?
Yeah.
And it must have been weird for like people who've been like, you know, think of like the R. Crumbs of the world, right? Who are like these, you know, like him and like P-Car, like these very outcast, strange record collectors, you know?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And then to see like a resurgence and like suddenly it's really cool, this thing they've been doing that like was like this weird niche thing. That must feel weird if you're like somebody like them who's been like, this is a great thing, like for such a long time, you know, to like sort of experience like people suddenly being like, yeah, it is a great thing. And you're like, wait, what? Like, yeah. I don't know if that relates at all. I might also be.
I think it
like,
totally does.
Okay, cool. Because I want to make sure I'm not like missing, you know, what you're saying. But
I think that's a good comparison too. Is like, you know, back in the early 1900s or something, ragtime was not just a high quality music style or medium or whatever. It was
shocking.
Yeah, it was like exciting and fresh and new, and it was like everyone was into it. Well, I don't know that everyone was into it, but it was like happening at that time. You know, it was like, it was the era of that type of music. And that's like, there's a difference between listening to ragtime music today compared to when ragtime music was like
the thing. Yeah,
could name 200 ragtime songs. You know.
Well, and ragtime was kind of like equivalent to like punk rock, where it started and it was just shocking and offensive, and like you don't do ragtime, you do this classical stuff, and then And then, and it's funny to listen to Ragtime now and just realize there were people who are like, that piano playing is dangerous. You gotta take it back.
I literally don't even think I can comprehend that.
Yeah. But there was a point where it was that, and it was like on the outskirts, and it's the subcultures and the cool kind of like hipsters of the time who were like kind of going out to like these illegal bars and like making this stuff happen. And then it got in the mainstream, and then it got huge, and then it became part of culture, and then it became the old thing that got replaced. And it's like that sort of is the nature of art. And then it had a resurgence, and it's always this like cyclical, interesting thing. I'm gonna disappear for a minute.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna play the trailer for 2 stories, if that's okay with you, Adam.
Sure. Yeah.
And then if I'm not back and it comes off, let people know where they can find your work. And by the way, I'm really loving. I'm just loving those graphics. They're awesome.
Cool.
Okay.
Thanks. Yeah, I just now finally got this Game Boy program opened. It's like I was like searching for it on my computer. Can I figure out where to say? So I'm going to actually import this.
Okay, it's 1:20, so I'm wondering if maybe what I should do is just finish the top panels, because there's no way in hell by 2 I'm going to finish that last panel. There's just no way.
Yeah, probably not very likely.
And the problem is, like, here's another thing that I want to throw out there. It's like I could do these pages faster.
Sure.
It's just they're going to not be, then I'm sacrificing quality. And that's not why I'm doing comics. Like, if I have to sacrifice quality and I'm treating this like just like the basest like commercial art, then why am I doing comics? Because commercial art that you do quick and dirty and like compromise on, you can make a crap load more money doing anything but comics, you know? So for me, comics are like an art form. And I'm not saying you can't take shortcuts, because that is part of the art form. But I feel like if I'm going to cop out on this book, there is no purpose to me spending a year on it, because the likelihood of graphic novels selling really well is pretty thin. So if you're not aiming to make a beautiful book or a really good book, like why even bother? You know, I don't know if that makes sense. So that I was just explaining that for anybody who might be like, well, why not just take this other side route? It's like, no, I don't want to take shortcuts, you know? All right. So I'm going to play, I think 2 stories trailer. And then Adam, I want to hear more about this Nintendo generating thing.
Yes.
Because that's pretty amazing after, okay?
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
Okay. Here we go. All right, so if you're joining us right now, we're live streaming while we're working on art. I'm working on a comic book called Not Death But Love. It's the strange supernatural story of Elizabeth Barrett Browning, which is a graphic novel I'm working on for like West Margin Publishing, and I'm trying to color this crazy panel and probably finish these top 3 by 2 tonight, which is like kind of my cutoff time for the stream. And then Adam is building a Game Boy game, which is amazing with like super authentic graphics and will be available soon. And he was just about to kind of get into this like program that he uses. So like after he's generated the pixel art, it seems like there's another step to it afterwards. And so, yeah, Adam, what is this like program and stuff?
Sure, yeah. So
and by the way, by Adam I mean Adam Lore.
The Adam.
So yeah, the Adam Lore, the very the handsome artist Adam Lore. So as a handsome artist, could you explain what you're working on, or talk a little bit about it?
So the program I'm using is called GB Studio, which stands for Game Boy Studio. You can make Game Boy games and Game Boy Color games. So what I've done so far is I've what I was working on earlier, I was designing the pixel art just in like MS Paint and stuff, and now I'm going to import it into this and see how the program interprets it. But the cool thing about, I mean, there's a lot of cool things about this program. Two really cool things about it is, one, it's pretty user friendly. You don't have to learn how to be a programmer or something to use it. Excuse me. And two, it makes actual Game Boy games that you can play in a Game Boy emulator, or even, I don't fully understand how you can do this, but there's a way to use some kind of special thing that will transfer it onto an actual cartridge and play on an actual Game Boy.
That is awesome.
So yeah. So I am this is sort of the moment of truth to see how well these graphics translate to the program itself, and I might have to go back and just make some adjustments and stuff.
It's rad.
But yeah, I think to get back a little bit to what we're talking about, I feel like using the ragtime analogy.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, it was like I grew up in the ragtime era, and I thought it was going to be longer lasting, the era.
Yeah.
And now it's like today, and it's like it might as well have been 200 years ago that this was relevant and fresh and exciting to people, you know? So it's like, yeah, it's like that specialty thing, but it's like, I don't know if, like, as I was growing up, my goal wasn't to do some special luxury item for a small audience, you know? I was excited to do the next Calvin and Hobbes or the next Spawn comic. You know, I thought probably when I was in middle school, I thought by the time I finished high school, I would literally be working for Image Comics making superhero stuff. And it's like,
yeah, as a kid, I think I had that.
A couple years later, it was like, it just sort of crashed, you know, even just Image Comics itself. It wasn't what it kind of started out as, you know?
Yeah, which is, it's fascinating because, like, at the same time, like, Image Comics, like, I mean, it's not the same, but it's like The Walking Dead is probably one of the most successful comic books ever made, you know, like, it's like, and franchises, and it's like, that's all Image. Or like, you know, you think about like Invincible, like there's so many like mass hits. I mean, like what was the one by Rick Remender, Deadly Class? Like, I mean, we're at this weird point in time where, like, unlike any other time in history, almost every movie coming out has been made based on a comic book. You know, it's like, it's this weird, surreal thing. But I get what you're saying, because, like, at least, especially when it comes to like video games, like, I don't like playing modern video games as much as, like, to me, the best I've ever felt playing a video game is Mario 3. Like, to me, that was like the perfect gaming experience. I just adore that game. I like the gameplay. I like that era of gameplay where it wasn't like as narrative, but it was like intuitive and yet very cool. And I love that controller. I love the Nintendo controller. I don't like modern controllers that much. So it's like, for me, if I were to make a video game, I would want it to be like an 8-bit video game, you know? But not like ironically or like in a hipster way. It's just, that's like my favorite kind of video games. So I totally relate to that. And I definitely would say, like, yeah, I've definitely got like a niche interest that didn't start as a niche interest, you know? It is weird to think, like, you know, there was this point in time too where memoir and autobio was like a huge thing in comics. I don't know if people remember when like Blankets came out. There's this whole resurgence in indie comics that were like very personal, and like Derek Kim was like getting Eisners and stuff. Like it was this whole era. And that's about the time that like Gene Yang came out with like American Born Chinese, and like, you know, that has like
early 2000s or something.
Yeah, and that's been swallowed up again by like, you know, fantasy, sci-fi, and superheroes. And it's like that's just the thing again. So and then the weird thing is currently like there's a growth in like kids comics, like, you know, Dogman and like just like stuff that like I would have killed for as a kid, just everywhere, you know, like, and like to the successful to the point where they have like stuffed animals and like, you know, it's like actual just full out properties, you know, and like I don't know a kid in my son's class who doesn't know who Dogman is, you know, and that's a comic book. It's like, that's crazy. Like it's more popular than like I think Calvin and Hobbes ever was, which is insane to think, you know. It's like, it's really strange. So there's like this weird dichotomy of like the new and the old. But I think I get what you're saying, you know. I don't know if that makes sense. But yeah, the era where like, you know, I like the weird thing about like the image boom is like that wasn't even normal for comics at that time. Like, you know, I don't know if that makes sense. Like there was this speculation boom that like you and I sales numbers just were like
up at such a specific time where it was just and I think you and I kind of switched to where we became a lot more interested in alternative and independent stuff around the same time, where it's just a lot of a shared experience. But
yeah, I think so, because I think you were into the Max and stuff too, so it's like I think that, you know, it's like, yeah, it's a weird, interesting thing. But I do remember at that point in time, like when I was really into Image at the peak of it, I didn't actually know a lot of comic people. I was kind of the odd man out at my school. It's not like everybody I knew was reading comic books, you know. It was still like this kind of niche thing. It was just huge, but it was still like yeah, you could get like a copy of like Spawn at like Walmart in like a blister pack, you know.
Yeah, but or it's even like, just like 7-Eleven or something.
Oh yeah, and there were spinner racks everywhere. But still, even then, like it's not like I didn't know a lot of like cool kids at school who were reading comic books. Like it was a really like, you know, the kids who were going to comic book stores, like at that time, I actually kind of feel like, I don't know, maybe comic books, it's weird. There were a lot more comic book shops, but it's like those were definitely shops that, at least in my area, were like you kind of went there and there's the guy in sweatpants who's like going to tell you about the back issues, you know, and there's like 3 other 7th graders there, you know, and then you. Whereas now it's like I go to a comic shop and it's like there's kids like buying Pokemon cards, and like there's like, you know, people buying like my son like loves like Sonic the Hedgehog comics, and like
nice,
you know, which actually are pretty good. Like the IDW run is really cool on those. They're doing a really good job. Or maybe it's Boom. I'm blanking out if I thought it was IDW, but maybe it's Boom. I'll look at my kids' comics, but they're really well done. Like the new Sonic comics are really good. At least the art is really cool. The coloring is really cool. And the storylines are pretty fun. But it's like, it's all over the place, you know? So, and like the Image section does look like way more indie than it ever did, you know? Because even at like the peak of Image, like there were like divergences in style, but they weren't like the difference between like Eat the Rich and like, I'm trying to think, like Invincible, you know, if you look at like the 2 styles of that, they're like all over the place. Like, yeah, so I don't know. It's a weird, I get what you're saying. I just don't know where it goes, you know? And I don't mean that in a negative way. It's
does
just
that like bum you out? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like maybe I'm bummed out by that more than others.
Bummed out by what?
Like just the decline in quality of all the things I was into growing up, and the decline in popularity and relevance of a lot of it.
Yeah, that's the weird thing, though. I don't know if the quality's declined, because it's like, again, like, I mean, like, some of the most brilliantly printed comics in graphic novel form have like come out recently, you know. So it's like,
yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is like, I think you and I both agree on that we're in sort of an age of the graphic novel.
Yeah,
but I don't think we, at least for me, it was at least just kind of, or at least I would think of it as just kind of just barely starting growing up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know that, I guess, I don't know.
I kind of get what you're saying, but like, here's the other thing is like, I really hate to, I really want to preface that I love superhero comics. I think they're awesome, right? I like, when I got out of reading superhero comics, it was because they got really gimmicky, and like I couldn't follow the storylines without buying like 50 issues, because like I'd read an issue.
Well, when did you get out of superhero stuff?
Like, you know, it was like kind of like toward the right before Image bombed.
Right.
But it was like at the peak of the speculative boom. I just got bored with like, what's up?
Well, in my opinion, when superhero comics started to really suck.
Yeah. But like also what drove me to Image was like I was reading like Spider-Man issues, and again, like they'd have all these crazy storylines. I got sick of like characters dying and then resurrecting and then dying and resurrecting, and like gimmicks but the thing is, like, I also got older and just started realizing like it's all kind of gimmicky. Like, and then I'd read something like The Sandman, which I still think is one of the best comics ever made, and it was like so fresh and different, and storylines were like full arcs where like there were actual consequences to characters,
right.
And there was kind of like a poetry to it, and like it still had like suspense and action and like fantasy, but it was just like, it's just on a different level. And you know, then I'd read like more too. Like it took me a long time, you know, as a kid I didn't really grow up reading Alan Moore. I think I might have found out about Alan Moore from Spawn, you know, like,
yeah.
So it's like, it's not like I was reading Watchmen, you know. I think like I read Watchmen later, but it's like then you read Watchmen and you're like, well, what's the point of a superhero comic after that? Like, I'm not saying I feel that way now, but I definitely had that moment of like, well, why? I mean, that's like a perfect comic. Like, I don't know how you beat that, you know, like, and then I'd read like different stuff, and it was just like there was so much more interesting things going on in comics. So it's like,
yeah,
for me, I don't know if I'd view that as like a golden era, because like I don't know, I don't really have like the nostalgic connection to it. I will say I think it was cool that comics were in spinner racks, and I think it's a shame that doesn't happen anymore. But also, I mean, I see like Dogman at Walmart, so like,
right.
You know what I mean? Like, and I remember the one time I went to Walmart and there were comics, they were in the back and they weren't meant to be read. They were collectible. You know, they were like, here's the blister pack where you get a cheap deal on Spawn, mixed with like these 5 other comics we couldn't sell, you know? And yeah, they were making crazy numbers, but like half the people buying them were just buying them for like variants or foils. Whereas it's like, people are buying Dogman to read it, you know, like nobody's buying it because it's like it's going to accrue in value. Like they're actually reading this thing. So yeah, I mean, I know you're not saying like we're not kind of in a boom of graphic novels, but it's like I don't think they're that different. I think graphic novels are comics, and I think that's like, I don't know, like that's kind of what I wanted as a kid. Like as I got older and matured in comics, like I was like, I actually want these things to be books, you know?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, to be honest, besides once I was getting to a point where I was reading Bone and alternative stuff, and besides comic strips, I didn't literally read an entire comic book very much as a kid. Like, I was really into comics. I bought them. I collected them. I was really interested in the characters and stuff and the artists. I knew I could name all the different artists.
Yeah.
But sitting and trying to actually literally read an issue of X-Men or something, it was just like fucking unreadable.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. And like, again, I don't mean this to like besmirch comics. It's just like when I hear people wax too nostalgic about comics, I have to like remember like where comics have come from and like what kind of comics have come out since. And I'm like Fun Home, dude. Like, I mean, Fun Home's how can somebody read something like that and be like, well, comics need to go back? It's like, but this thing is like, that's like reading like, oh my gosh, what's like a really great, not like reading Shakespeare and being like, we got to go back to like Greek plays. And you're like, well, yeah, but there's like some really heavy, cool stuff happening in this like Hamlet thing. No. Let's go back to like the Deus Ex Machina at the end of the God Machine. Like, I really miss that. And it's like, no. Like, I mean, that had its place, but like, this is pretty cool stuff, you know? Fun Home's like this masterpiece, you know? It's like, that didn't exist. I don't know, you know, like back in the day with graphic novels, you like had Mouse and like a couple other good ones, and then mostly just trade collections, you know.
Yeah.
Now it's like you can't keep track of like how many great graphic novels there are out there, you know. I don't know, it's a mix.
Oh, Josh, I want to show you this real quick. So I have these graphics imported into the program now.
Oh
So
yeah, I want to see.
Now I can go through, and each, like, I think it's 8x8 or 16x6 tile, I can choose the color palette for it. So I can go in and just color this. Like, I have
awesome.
So the thing that's neat about this is you can play it as a Game Boy Color game, or you can put a Game Boy Color game in a standard Game Boy, and it will still display as just the 3 shades of green. You know what I mean?
I absolutely think that's awesome.
Yeah. So this part's kind of fun. Like, you start out with something pretty limited like this, and then I can go in and I can get it looking pretty colorful, you know?
Yeah, I think that is really cool. That's awesome.
It's pretty fun.
I think yeah, I like, that's the thing that's neat about like kind of gaming and stuff like that. Like, it's just it's kind of like the addiction to animation, where it's like there is something really cool, like with the little bit of animation that I've delved into for fun, you know. I could see myself getting pretty hooked on it, because there is something really magical about like drawing a few frames of something and then seeing it cycle, and you're like, oh my gosh, it's moving.
Yeah.
It's like, it's actually moving. Like, I've made life, you know. It's a cool feeling. So I can kind of, yeah, I think like video games to not only be moving, but be like, hey, this thing's programmed, and it like, when I move
can
a
like
controller,
move my character around, and like he does stuff. That's freaking mind blowing.
I love when Corey was talking about, because he had been doing animation for so long, and then on one of his recent projects, he shot like live action, and he was all weirded out because he's like, this is the weirdest thing, because like I just tell the actor to like walk, and then they just walk. And he's like, I don't have to draw it, like it just happens like right there, and then hey, it's cool, it's shot, we're done. And he was like, this is the weirdest thing.
I've gotten into phases where I was just like, okay, it's taken me 2 years to do this comic book. I want to just push the button and record a person doing something. Like, everything, like I used to, I don't know, like the idea of going from everything has to be a comic book to like, I could just film this in tonight. Yeah. Like, it could be done. And I would go out and film a few things. It was just like so refreshing. But then it's like, oh, well, this kind of sucks because it's so limited in what your actor, like if your actors aren't good at acting, then it fucking sucks. There's nothing you can do about it. If you know, if you don't have this like prop that looks good, it's going to look like a cheap, crappy prop. Like you have so much more control as a comic book artist just to make it look the way you want it to.
Yeah.
So it's like worth it, you know? So I really enjoy like going back and forth between different media like that and the different advantages and disadvantages that makes me want to get back into other forms.
Yeah, I totally understand that. I think like part of the appeal to me of even sticking with like one is like I feel that way about genre. Like I feel like I really wanted to do a great autobiographical work, and I'm not saying I succeeded at that, but I feel like when Two Stories is finally wrapped, that'll probably be like the best like autobio work I could make for me. And then I really wanted to make like a good slice of life fiction because I love that genre, and I feel like Jacob's Apartment's hitting that note. I really wanted to work on a historical graphic novel, especially after reading like brilliant stuff by like Jason Lutz, and it just looked like such a fun artistic challenge. And now I'm doing that, so it's like I kind of feel like the next thing might be something totally different, genre wise.
Oh, nice. See, I think that's like to get back to the other thing we were talking about and tie it into this. I think that might be one of the differences between me and you is that although I think you and I are both into those, like I'm totally into those types of comics too, but for the most part, the projects I have chosen to focus on are not like a Daniel Clowes style alternative graphic novel or something. It's more just like my equivalent of Ren and Stimpy, and then my equivalent of Star Wars, or you know, I feel like the projects that I've chosen to do are more out of what I wanted to do as a younger child, rather than what I matured and got into as higher quality stuff that I appreciated. So it's like I don't know. I think that might have an effect on just like if I want to do the next Image superhero comic, and like that era has died out, it just means something different. If I you know, if I decided, I don't really want to do Image comics anyways, I just want to do this like serious, really good artistic alternative thing, Fantagraphics style, like it wouldn't bother me as much that Image comics kind of died out, you know?
Yeah, and it's weird because I think that's the weird part is like for me that hasn't been a negative because like that didn't have a long shelf life for me. Like I have a nostalgic connection to it, and there was some great work, but honestly, like a lot of the work was really pretty lame. Like, and I don't mean that in a negative way. It's just like the Max was amazing, right? But like, I mean, you know, I don't know. Like it had an awesomeness to it, but a lot of stuff from that era was pretty bad. Like, and then there was a lot of gimmicky stuff, like weird swimsuit issues and like the whole Gen 13 thing and stuff. It's just like it wasn't like as it's like most nostalgia where there's really cool stuff, but they're like I think sometimes our memory like made it something better than it was, which I totally get because I definitely have that, especially with music, you know, where it's like there's music from certain eras that I just feel was like sincerely better, and I forget about all the bad music that was like on the radio at the time, you know. And I'll just be like everything was good back then, and then it's like I'll rehear something and be like never mind, you know. So but like for me, I guess I have like less of a disappointment about it because like I feel like it's really advanced and gotten better it like for the majority of like just the art form in itself. But I also think there's a place for like great comic books. I just think like
It looks like either I froze or Josh froze. I'm going to refresh just in case it's on my end. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't if it's on Josh's end. Okay, it was definitely on Josh's end. So I'm guessing he'll probably be back shortly. So I could try to pick up where he left off, but I think I might just wait a minute. But yeah, I guess, or I could kind of narrate what I'm working on here. One of the fun parts about this, and it's kind of a challenge too, is going in and setting the color palettes on these. And as you can see, it's kind of tricky because you kind of have to set up your palettes where you can, I don't even know if I can explain it, where it's like there's the same shared color in multiple palettes. So you can use, like say, this yellow as a background for this, and then also this one. Like I would just need to go in and plan it out where this background color is more like matching with the other palette, you know what I mean? But you also get just like really interesting results too that you would never think to do just by swapping these palettes out. Like just putting interesting color combinations together and stuff. Hopefully Josh will return here shortly. I wonder if his computer crashed or somewhere froze up. But yeah, I guess I could talk a little bit about what Josh and I were talking about. Until
Am I back?
Oh, he is back. Awesome.
That was craziness. So, like, when did I cut out?
Just a few minutes.
Oh, okay, cool. All right.
I was trying to remember like what you were saying.
Well, I was just saying, like, I guess I was probably going on a little. I get a little long-winded. I guess the brief summary would be, I think that people are too down about comics and aren't looking at all the great strides that it's taken, and like some of the great things that have happened to the superhero genre, some of the resurgence that happened after the image boom that actually created better storytelling. Like, I think people forget like how much it was just like pinup art at that point in time. And there's a cool nostalgia to it, but also there was like a lot of really shoddy writing, and like comics did get better. And then they've had dips, and they've always had gimmicks. Like the whole purpose of comics has always been to just get you to read the next issue most of the time, So it's like it's cool to see, there's been some really great movements in it. So I try to be optimistic about it, but I do understand, like for me, I do think I might be better off doing the kind of comics I did, like in the early 2000s, where there was like a real interest in like slice of life. And that ebbs and flows, but it's like, I think it's kind of like music, like where it's like when I was in bands, we were listening to like Pavement, and I don't know if you remember this era, but like late in high school, when I was playing the most gigs that we could play, we picked to play like Pavement style music, and everybody at the time in our area was doing like Limp Bizkit and like Korn and like these like kind of new metal bands, and like everybody had like souped up Hondas and stuff, and like it was like a jock rock kind of thing. And we're playing gigs, and we were like, why doesn't anyone listen to the Pixies? This is like before Fight Club came out, so nobody knew a lot of people didn't know the Pixies and stuff. But we chose to play that music because that was what was cool, like for us. Like it was just the best kind of music. And then we'd get like less turnout at shows because of it.
Yeah.
5 years later, that was the music. So it's like, it's weird how these things ebb and flow, It's like I think you, as an artist, it's like you almost can't just like chase trends. You have to like just make what's authentic to you, and then hopefully the stars align, and like that's way too much light. I need to be more subtle with my lighting here. I got like 5 minutes too before I have to crash. That sucks. I thought I would at least get a little further on this page, but oh well. This is the nature of comics. I don't know.
You're saying like I don't know. I think there is that aspect too. So I repeat myself a lot, but some of my biggest influences obviously are Ren and Stimpy and Bone, which I
love
think
Ren and Stimpy.
both are based on a sort of resurgence or renaissance of much earlier forms of the medium that they grew up on, that they're bringing back into their art form. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like Pogo and like, Wally Wood and like a lot of those like, early Mad Magazine artists and stuff. Yeah. There's like,
so in a way, that's probably why, at least to me as a kid, those stood out as being so amazing, was because they're bringing it back from this earlier sort of golden age of when there was a different standard of quality. So in that way, I don't know. I guess if I at least try to approach it like that, in that way where it's like, if in the future we're in the dark ages of comic strips or something, and I grew up on, I can draw upon the golden age stuff, or the at least the Renaissance stuff, the resurgence stuff. It's sort of an advantage,
Yeah, the one thing that I will say that I think is sad is like the one thing I feel has kind of died a bit, and I do hope has like a resurgence, is like you just like there was this brief period where like web comics were like huge, and it almost felt like web comics were going to become like the new Sunday strip.
Yeah.
There was like this is like the 2000s as well. So you had like, it was an interesting time where like you had this like resurgence and this growth of like slice of life stuff in the graphic novel form. And like, they were actually like talking about like comics being for adults for a little bit there. It was really interesting. As well as for kids, right? And then like it feels like a lot of those strides, both for like Sunday comic style comics, as well as for like comics for adults, kind of went backwards for a little bit too. So but like the weird thing is comics for kids has just exploded on levels that I don't think were imaginable at the time. So it's like, yeah, it is weird, but I agree with you. Like it's hard to find bearings and also know how much of it's nostalgia, how much of it's like things getting worse, like it's hard to tell, because I feel like in the 90s there was some incredible booms in music, and it's like not the late 90s, that whole new metal era, but like I feel like the early 90s, like you take like the worst bands from that time and you compare it to like a lot of like more modern kind of pop, and it's like there's a part of me that'll feel like, man, music's just gotten so crappy, like,
Yeah.
But then like part of what I do now, instead of paying attention to like newer stuff, is I'll dig back, and I can totally see why somebody who was like listening to like the Stooges would listen to like punk rock from the 90s and just be like, what has happened to music? Like there's just no like rock and roll anymore. Like, and then like somebody from the 60s, like maybe listening to like the 70s and being like, what has happened to music? Like, I don't know. Like, it's hard to parse like how much of it's the cycle. I don't know. Sorry, I'm kind of rambling without a direction here, but and I'm not trying to derail your point because I kind of get what you're saying too. I think I love Ren and Stimpy though, man. I will say we are in like an unusually fruitful time for animation. And 2D animation has had a bit of a resurgence, at least when it comes to like TV shows and stuff. It's interesting. So
yeah, a little bit.
I don't know. There's more avenues for animators, I think, than there ever has been. Like, so you don't have Ren and Stimpy on, a giant network, but instead you have this proliferation of like a million animations everywhere, It's kind of interesting. But the quality, you're not going to have a lot of... I think at the time, Ren and Stimpy was unusual,
Yeah, it definitely
because it was like going straight like...
Well, I think Ren and Stimpy is unusual in any area. there's no era you could put it in where it wouldn't be unusual.
Yeah, I absolutely adored Ren and Stimpy. I still to this day like I just that was a really amazing, like, just from a, I think to anybody who's like looked at like traditional cartooning, it's just like the squash and stretch and like the expressions and the lack of repeating expressions, and like, I mean, just even the haunted house episode, the way that ghost is just drawn, and I mean, there's just something really wonderful about it. Like, for, I think that, like, yeah, I don't see a lot, but then again, it's like, I love comedy, and there's a lot of great comedy, but like, I don't feel like you're ever going to have, like, I don't think Monty Python is just like a regular occurrence. I think that's like, you're just not going to have a lot of Monty Pythons,
Yeah.
It's like in any era, like that's just an anomaly. It's like this weird convergence of all things. And for me, like, I don't think I'm ever going to watch something where I connect, like where I laugh as hard as I do at like Monty Python. Like, I think Monty Python was just kind of the peak for me, I don't know if that makes sense.
Oh, totally.
But it's like, I don't think that means like comedy's dead. I think that just means Monty Python was like just like this amazing. It like just kind of like, first off, the fact that it ever got greenlit.
Yeah.
And the time it got greenlit, it's just insane that somehow that happened. And then the fact that it like caught on with like a broad amount of culture to the point where like half of internet culture is like named after Monty Python sketches without even knowing it. It's like that much of a meme, like pre-meme. I don't know. It's a weird thing, Yeah. Is that too much? I think that's too much over here. I think I need to get rid of these. I think it needs to mainly be, I just want to give a sense of like some light trickling in the room, but I don't want to get too rendery with it,
Oh.
But I just want like, yeah, I think that kind of works. Okay.
I think it
We're
looks
getting
good.
there. I just want to give like a sense of it, but I think we talked about this on a different stream. I think maybe you were in the chat or something, but it's like, those like chiaroscuro like art projects from art school where it's like you have like toned paper and like you have a black Prismacolor or a black Conte crayon and then a white Conte crayon.
Sure.
And you like kind of tone it and try to leave the middle values as the paper.
Yeah.
I would always make the mistake, and I always struggled. I never figured out the perfect value where I didn't overwork it and like just blow out the grays. It's like, I'd just be like, oh, I'll add a little more white here, a little more black here. And so I always try to keep that in mind with this, where it's like, it's okay to be like subtle and not like overwork it with the whites. Like, because if I do, then it like loses some of the kind of magic and glow to it,
Yeah.
Like even on her face, I'm going to tone it back. That's one advantage to working digitally on something like this. Because if you did that with a Prisma, you'd just be like, well, now I got to redraw it,
Yeah. Or try to kind of fix it, like get out a different colored pencil and try to touch it up, like undo what you've just done.
But I definitely have those moments where I'm like, it's I've definitely had times where I felt like, maybe I was at the wrong place or wrong time or born in the wrong era. I've definitely had those moments, because I think it's kind of a natural thing,
Well, I don't know if I even think that I was born at the wrong era. I just
like all the things you love are kind of like,
it's almost like I was born at the perfect era.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Because we have so much opportunity. Like me trying to get a job as the director of a Disney animated feature or something, it's very unlikely that I would ever be able to do that. But me going on YouTube and doing a live stream with a friend working on our projects, it's like we can kind of do whatever we want.
Yeah,
we have a way of just putting it on a website for sale and It's just, you know, like everything is very accessible.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. And I also think like I think we're less limited with what we have to do. Like whereas like
Yes.
during the image boom, you really had to have a superhero comic. Or you had to be like the anomaly and be like, I mean, like just I mean, who is as good as Jeff Smith? Like in reality, like what? Like I would have trouble counting on my hand like cartoonists that are that talented. You know, it's just like I don't know. I don't know. I haven't met anyone in life that's as good as Jeff Smith. Like on a at least on a line weight level. Yeah, I don't think that exists. So yeah,
Yeah,
like
I don't think he can be better than Jeff Smith. He can be as good as Jeff Smith,
yeah,
one of the greatest artists has ever lived, or you know, pretty
yeah,
much.
and I'm not saying like that should be the goal to like be Jeff Smith. I'm just saying there's an era where like to be successful, like yeah, sure, indies like Bone were selling like 30,000 copies, but now Bone sells like crap load, like
Yeah,
through
that's an interesting
Scholastic.
thing to think about. When we were growing up, Bone was sort of obscure at the time still.
Yeah, and like think about like Scholastic book numbers where like that's not a crazy book number because like that's in a book sales market now. So it's like I think like there's sometimes where we'll take somebody like I mean Sam Keith's the max, right? Like you know, are there a lot of people who are going to do something as compelling as Keith like now? Like or was that like that weird anomaly? You know, but other than that, like you either had to like kind of play the game and draw like the superheroes that had like a million pockets and like, you know, kind of draw in that like Liefeld style, you know,
Yeah.
and like have a team comic that was like a kind of a riff on like, you know, existing X-Men comics or whatever, or you'd have to be just this like insanely good indie guy who's like doing Bone, you know, or like creating like Mouse, you know, like. And then other than that, like you're lucky if your comics get into stores, you know. I don't know. Now it's like there's a lot more variety. So yeah, I think you're right. Like in the sense of like it's like it might be the perfect time, even though sometimes it can feel like, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Like when Pavement was doing their music, they weren't as fortunate as like when Weezer did like a similar sound and had a similar aesthetic. Like Weezer hit like heavy big, you know, and I think even for them, it was a little strange what they were doing. And then it just kind of like things converged. But like, you know, it was way better to be the Pixies at the time of Weezer than it was to be the Pixies at the time of the Pixies, you know? I don't know. Does this go anywhere?
I think you lost me on that. Say that once more. It's better to be
like it would be better to be the Pixies after the Pixies broke up than being the Pixies when the Pixies were making their best albums.
I see. Yeah, okay,
you know what I mean?
Yes, I do see what you mean.
And like we're kind of at the era where you can kind of make any album and like at least get like some fans, you know, whereas before like the venues were so restricted.
Yeah.
That like you had to be like the anomaly or like you'd be like the obscure anomaly that maybe got out there and then became something much later on. Now it's like possible to be, I don't know, like independent media has a lot more possibility now. But anyhow, I feel bad. I feel like I've rambled without purpose, but I also like enjoy
I feel like we
these
talked about exactly what I was like. That was totally what like to me that was totally on topic and
cool
to what I was saying.
I love it.
I think we explored a lot of territory on that I don't know. I feel like that's always something I kind of come back to, but I think especially just what I've been thinking about lately is it just seems more accentuated lately for some reason. Like just things seem more and more like even more futuristic and just detached from what I grew up on, and it just seems more twice as far removed from what I thought this was going to be like, you know.
Yeah, I understand that. Like, I kind of feel like that's like almost like, but it's also cool because it also makes like things that like for instance, if you were making like wanting to make 8-bit games at like the peak of Game Boy, right? Or
Yeah.
whatever.
Mm.
Like, that might have been the worst time to make 8-bit games because everybody wanted to make 8-bit games. You know what I mean?
Well, and I
So
wouldn't
like,
be able to do my own stuff. I would be working on the background graphics of the whatever, you know, some Jurassic Park adaptation or whatever. Like, I wouldn't
yeah.
do my own Dino Golf idea or something, you know.
Yeah, whereas like now it's like not only can you do it, but like you're not like among like a billion people who want to do the same thing. Like, you're actually very unique comparatively, right? Because there's people who nostalgically love 8-bit. It's like a huge thing, but it's not like to the level of like everyone. Like, when I was in junior high, like everyone had a Game Boy, every
Yeah.
single person. So now it's like kind of like we started with, where it's like a niche thing, and that can actually be an advantage, you know. And creatively
I think for sure, yeah. I think that's a good way of like just summarizing it, is that I think that whether you agree or disagree that comic, besides like graphic novels and stuff, but a lot of forms of comics have become more of a niche that is kind of where it is. It is what we're doing for the most part.
Yeah.
And there's advantages and disadvantages to that. And I think just I should try to better readjust my expectations to coming to terms with that, as you know, there's advantages to that. It's just different from what I thought it was in for.
Yeah, and it's weird because like I think I talked about this with like historical fiction, which is kind of one of the charms of it. But it's like everybody like I know so many people who are like there's definitely women in my life, including my sisters, who are like obsessed with like Jane Austen, right? And when they watch a Jane Austen movie, they just always like empathize, and they're like, I'm so much like the main character. And the main character is like depicted as this poverty-stricken person whose like family, you know, has to like, you know, marry above their station because they're losing their title, and they might have to like reduce down to like one maid and one cook. Like, these are not poor people. They're not middle class people. They're like the extreme wealthy, and then they're like the downtrodden of the most extreme wealthy of the society. And so people like in our station who are like middle class or like below middle class will like watch these movies, and then they'll be like, man, I wish I lived in Victorian England because I would have been, you know, the Jane Austen character that's like the main character in this. I would have been the girl in Pride and Prejudice or whatever. What they don't realize is like you wouldn't even be a character in it, because like at the time you'd probably be like working field, like picking potatoes or something, and like maybe dying at like 30. You know what I mean? Like, it was not like that was not the standard life for people at the time. I'm not saying you, Adam. I'm just saying like I think we make this fallacy sometimes where we'll be like, I could have been Todd McFarlane, or I could have been this guy. And it's like, no, like, honestly, like, you know, yeah, like maybe not, like, because I wasn't like, I don't draw like Jeff Smith now. So it's like, I don't think I would have cut it, you know, even though there was like this giant market at the time. And also, because I like writing stories that are like story based, and most people were buying comics, at least at the Image boom, like they were buying comics for speculation. So like, unless I was like really good at like foil variants and like, you know, crass marketing styles, I may not have made it at that time. So yeah, I'm at like a really good time for like a person who wants to tell stories in comics, you know. But it is hard, right? Because it's like, yeah, like, so there's more variety, but like it's kind of like bands. Adam, am I still there, by the way?
Yeah. Sorry, I was muted for a second.
So it's kind of like bands where like you think about like being a band now, you have like so many options for like venues and building an audience and stuff
Sure.
like that. So there's a really thriving independent scene where like people have more access to independent music and probably listen to more independent music than ever. But it's so diversified that like if you were the band that was like, I'm gonna be Led Zeppelin, I'm gonna fly a freaking private jet to my gigs, I'm gonna be a rock god. Like that's pretty unlikely nowadays. I mean, that was unlikely before, but the likelihood of that now is like next to nothing, you know.
Right.
Whereas before it was like next to nothing, but there's still a little more like if you did break, you're gonna be a like god, you know. Like now it's like you have more of a chance to break, but you're just not necessarily going to be like flying like private jets to your gigs if you do, you know, make it or whatever.
Right. Yeah.
But it's just different, but it's not like, so the Calvin and Hobbes scenario is like less likely, but
I think it just can't. Calvin and Hobbes cannot exist ever again.
yeah,
I mean unless we went through like a post-apocalyptic nuclear thing and it grew back where we needed like printed out newspapers again.
Yeah.
Or whatever they were, you know, whatever that would be. I just don't think anything like Calvin and Hobbes just can't happen.
Yeah, it's interesting though, because like, and I know I mentioned Dogman all the time. I know that annoys people too, but I really do actually.
It doesn't annoy me one bit. I think those comics are amazing, and it's a lot of times that's the point I make too when people say that comic books are dead or sales are bad. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? Like,
dude, so my son is going to remember Dave Pilkey like as we do like Calvin and Hobbes. Like he's going to look back on those books and be like, man, I love comic books. Like Dogman and Captain Underpants, like these are amazing things. Like, you know what I mean? That's like his Ren and Stimpy. It's like, so and actually, you know what's crazy is like I think he's like a multimillionaire. So it's like I don't think you know what I mean? Yeah. So it's like I don't think that kind of level of fame is entirely gone. It's just like but it's like we definitely have way more diversity in like the indie market. So it's like you have more possibility to get an audience, but to get like an audience where like Calvin and Hobbes or like even the Far Side, right? Like think of the Far Side, it's like every workplace had like a Far Side cartoon like pasted up somewhere. You know? It's not like we have that going, you know, at least for so it's I don't know, it's interesting. It's interesting to think about, you know. And I think depending on the way you, at least for me, the way I frame it is going to like delineate whether I'm bummed about it or not, you know?
Yeah.
But if I had the possibility to be like playing rock and roll in like Washington, D.C. during the like DC punk movement or something, like, yeah, I mean, that would be pretty cool, you know, for like if I were doing like post-hardcore or something. Or if I could like, you know, travel back to like the boom of like when Dylan was like, you know, playing like these crazy small like Greenwich Village kind of gigs and stuff. Like, I mean, that would be a great time to be like a singer songwriter, you know. So I don't know, you know, it's I don't know. It's interesting. Memory's interesting too, right? I don't know. It's crazy. But I do love Ren and Stimpy, and I think you know what's funny though? I think like if John Kay were to look at like a lot of the animation out now, and maybe he wouldn't, but I remember a lot of interviews where he was talking about like the death of Rubber Hose and Squatch and Stretch, and like real animation where like Bones didn't like restrict characters and stuff.
Yeah.
And like that was like an unusual take because like a lot of animation had gotten really flat and kind of dead at that time. And then you have this guy who's like just like, we're gonna bring back like that crazy awesome like thing they were doing with like Looney Tunes, you know, like, but then like just go even further back to like, you know, when like you had characters that could like stretch their legs and I don't know, have knobby knees and stuff like Popeye and Seeger, you know.
Yeah.
It's like and now it's like there's a lot of that like in animation out there, you know? Like you have that whole like kind of Cuphead thing and I don't know. It's interesting.
I guess yeah. Okay, yeah, that's a good point. I think that well, if we're strictly speaking from what would John Kay say about Cuphead, I don't think that he would like it because
Probably not.
It's probably he would probably see it as a poor imitation. But yeah, that is kind of interesting that like through Cuphead, the Fleischer style is like sort of back in vogue right now. So yeah, I guess there are these interesting just sort of trends like that.
Yeah, it's weird. It's kind
Have
of
you
hard
seen
to...
the Cuphead comic books by Sean
No.
Dickinson? Oh my gosh, they're freaking amazing.
I mean,
Like,
I actually kind of like that style. Like,
well,
I kind of like. I think they
the Cuphead like there's three different things. There's the Cuphead video game. There's a Cuphead cartoon show.
Okay,
and there's
I haven't.
a Cuphead comic book. So it's sort of like depending on which one you're talking about.
Okay, I think just the video game, honestly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
yeah,
I think
that's impressive.
Yes, definitely. The Netflix show not as much, but I don't know. Even the Netflix show is good. It has that sort of. I would compare it to similar to like you were saying with like Dogman or something. It just feels like it strikes this chord with the younger like the current modern younger generation. But
them kids.
Yeah.
Let's see what
But that's
this...
yeah, that's an interesting thing too. It's like right now, if you already spent your life loving early Fleischer cartoons and you actually read like E.C. Seeger, Popeye from back in the day, and then that becomes this like trend. It's like a guy like Sean Dickinson who draws Cuphead, who has always had that as a niche thing. Like he's like the perfect artist to hire to do the Cuphead comic book because he's a master of it. You know, he's a real, and he's the real deal. He's not just faking it. He's not just emulating it. He's not just pretending. He is a grand cartoonist who can do this, you know, and he has worked on, I don't know, the whatever current Blu-ray of Popeye or whatever, you know, and he's an expert at that sort of thing. You may have seen Sean Dickinson's stuff without knowing him by that name. Off the top of my head, I can't think of his.
Yeah, because I kind of feel. I feel like I've seen it, but I can't.
He's like an underground, like an alternative weekly style, like Tony Millionaire or like Kaz. He did stuff like that.
Yeah, I know I think I am familiar. I just can't off the top of my head think of it, but it's like the name is so remarkably familiar sounding.
Yeah.
That like I think I probably have. Well,
that's a good point with Cuphead. That is a good point.
Yeah, and I mean just like the variety of like the squash and stretch that's like all over YouTube and indie animation right now, like the fact that there's like a million avenues for indie animation, even like if you look at like CG animation, which I know isn't like that great, but like the stylization of characters is so much more kind of like expressive than like a lot of the kind of stiff animation that was around when Ren and Stimpy came out and was like revolutionary for doing the stuff it was doing, you know? So it's interesting. All right. I have to crash and
cool.
But I've enjoyed the conversation, and before we kind of wrap, so I should show people what I got done real quick. So I have gotten I want these pages to lighten up a little bit. I should, you know what, I'll add one thing before I call it. I should probably add some light on this wall because I do like the idea of this kind of fading in a little bit. I just didn't want to overdo the white. But I do think like here should be like, it's kind of like a brighter atmosphere that kind of almost goes to white at the top. Because I want this to feel like a brighter scene. You know what's funny though, Adam? Do you find this on your streams? Like I'll be like, okay, I gotta call it, and then I'm like kind of into an art thing, and I'm like, wait, I do have to finish this one thing before I do.
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I want to adjust this because that door doesn't look right. Everything else is working. This should be like more of just a subtle. There we go. Nothing huge. There we go. Okay. But I'm kind of happy with the section at the top, and I think it's going to kind of translate okay once I have a little more going on with that crazy sequence toward the bottom. But I am kind of happy with where this is. Adam, why don't you let everybody know where to kind of check out your stuff one more time, like where
Sure.
they can get your comics and all that, and then we'll call it a night.
Yeah, so you can check me out here on YouTube. My channel is just my name, Adam Lore, and I have been doing some streaming lately and working on some video game stuff. And you can also see my comic book at toadroadcomics.com. So if you want to see kind of what Josh and I have been talking about as far as putting the golden age and renaissance into modern cartooning, that is at least what I'm attempting to do with Toad Road Comics. So
yeah, and like just to reiterate what we've been talking about too, I don't think we mean to like besmirch anything going on in comics, but I do think if you're gonna do comics, whatever you're doing, try to do something great. And I think if people start doing that, like we're gonna have better comics. And also, if you're buying comics, occasionally, like sure, you know, if you like superhero comics and you're following a specific character and you're really into the storyline, great. But if you want comics to get literary, buy some literary comics. Like, you know, stretch outside of like your whatever your thing is. So even if it's not like Adam or my work, stretch outside of like the genre that you always kind of turn to. And I'm not saying you, this is speaking to myself too. And like for me, it wouldn't hurt me to actually go to a couple comic shops and buy some superhero comics again. I think for you guys, maybe it's like the reverse, you know. Or although honestly, I think a lot of my audience is super into indie stuff. Adam, thanks for coming on. It's always a pleasure talking to you.
Definitely.
I'm glad we got to finally talk because I was finally working on a part of the art where I can talk and work on it with people. But yeah, we'll have to do it again. And thanks to everybody who showed up in the chats and kind of hung in and hopped in there with us. And some of them had to bow out and sleep and stuff. But if you're watching this after the fact, make sure you subscribe, hit the bell, all that fun stuff. And then consider getting Jacob's Apartment in 2 stories. And obviously check out Toad Road. And that'll do it. Have a good night, guys. Or I should say morning. Holy crap. Same time for you too, Adam, right?
Yeah.
We're in the same time zone.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us, and we'll see you next time.